Wow, that's the countdown to the long weekend. It's a long weekend. Well, for people in Melbourne and nowhere else in Australia, I don't think, not even regional Victoria. Just Melbourne, I think. I'm not sure because they moved the date anyway. So maybe it's the same for everyone. And hello, Mega Leech and Abigail. I just saw that Abigail jumped in with first, but Mega Leech actually beat you by microseconds. C'est la vie. It's Thursday night and tomorrow's a holiday. And on one level, I don't rejoice quite so much because I'm a contractor, which means I don't get paid. But, hey, I'd just be philosophical. Chris, hello to you too. And Charlie, hello. I'm gonna pour myself a drink, a clarified Naked and Famous. I made that today. I think I drank some of this on another live stream. Get the little pop. There we go. Chris, you got numbers updated in the state. Oh, what is that for COVID? It's a pity my webcam isn't. Look, I got my magic invisible ice in there. There's a little bullet of ice in there that you can't really see because it's magic clear ice. What the fuck is that? There's an impurity floating in my drink. I'm trying to get it out. Oh, fuck it. It's a bug. It's protein. So it was a pity that webcam isn't high enough resolution to show, because as I keep saying when I make these clarified drinks, one of the things I like about them is they're slightly more viscous and so it doesn't flow like water. It's just this little bit of silkiness going over. Abigail, you're awake. Stupid sleep schedules rotated enough for you to be awake for a stream. Nice. You're on Mars time, 25 hours. Yeah. Oh, Chris, so you're saying previously reported numbers weren't accurate and now they've come up and the CDC said this is an actual COVID number and it's not good? Damn. Oh, Charlie, your laptop's broken. That sucks. This is such a funny touch. It's got that ash. I definitely put too much lime juice. Oh, God, I'm going to put some sugar syrup in this. Honestly, I don't usually do that. Got some agave here. Probably ruined the nice clear thing, but I put too much lime juice in that. And then the ashtray flavor from the mezcal kicks in as well. All right, come on. Just put a spoon of agave in here. Gecko, hello. You're already pretty drunked up. Yeah, cheap Trader Joe's wine. Oh my God, I was watching one of the cocktail channels I watch, probably the biggest purely cocktail channel on YouTube, How to Drink. He was making cocktails inspired by Back to the Future with these really cheap whiskeys, because that is the brand they used in Back to the Future to spike the punch at the school dance, the Paradise Under the Sea or whatever their theme was. And the only bottle he could get of this particular cheap hooch was like a 1.75 liter plastic bottle, like real classy. I think I know what you're referring to, Chris. Let me see something here. Our test, that's interesting. One from Johns Hopkins. Our testing data provider, the COVID Tracking Project, is in the process of changing how it maps states' data categories used for our positivity calculations. Additionally, some states have made changes to the data they report. We are currently evaluating how best to adapt these changes and reviewing our data inputs and calculations to ensure that we can present the most responsible and accurate view of state positivity test data. Okay, thank you. I think what you're referring to, Chris, is there was a statistical analysis of the number of deaths that happened in the US since the outbreak of the pandemic, and you can compare it year on year, and they call it surplus deaths. And it showed that at least if you allow for the 200,000 confirmed deaths from COVID, at least 100,000 more people have died than you would expect. And that number is extremely likely to be associated with COVID. But because I guess, those people were never tested or autopsied or whatever, you'll never know for sure. Charlie, your laptop won't turn on or charge, and there's a crack in the left hinge. Yeah, the not turning on or charging are bad signs, certainly. Gecko, in terms of how many people you would expect to die, if the hospitals were never overwhelmed, but there was never an effective vaccine or treatment for COVID, over the next couple of years, you would expect anywhere from, and this is if the hospitals never got overwhelmed, if there wasn't a surge in cases, which actually looks very much like it's happening and is going to get worse in the coming months. If there was never a surge that overwhelmed the hospitals, you would expect in the US somewhere between 2 and 4 million people to die over the next couple of years. That number could get much, much worse in the short term if the health system is overwhelmed by a surge in cases, because then not just people with COVID die untreated, but because the hospitals are overwhelmed, people who would normally be treated for all sorts of other things don't get treated and they die as well. That's what happened notably in Italy, in the areas that got overwhelmed earlier in the year. And if the hospitals don't get overwhelmed and there is an effective vaccine treatment comes out in the next year, expect that number to be halved. So in total over the next, for the next year or so, from the start to over a period of 2 years is what I'm saying, you'd expect somewhere around 1 million deaths. What's this? What an excellent idea. Mrs. Angry just reminded me to turn off my alarm so it doesn't wake me up in the morning, because you lot might lead me astray and I might be up really late. Yay. So turn that off. Hey, Annette, how are you? Chris, the original Uni San Francisco had an estimate of 1.5 million. You'd get 1.5 million if the system doesn't get overwhelmed. And right now, there are a whole bunch of really bad indicators that there's going to be a surge before Christmas. And as we saw in Italy in particular, when the health system gets overloaded, the fatality rate goes so it could be much worse. There you go. Yes, Gecko, the current surge, I really worry what's going to happen in the next couple of months. Yeah, well, Chris, I mean, as you say, literally if there was no treatment and the hospitals just collapsed, et cetera, the deaths would get into the tens of millions at least. But, once people start fucking dying in the street and, just freezer trucks are outside hospitals stacked with bodies and there's, mass graves being dug for thousands upon thousands of people, lockdowns happen at that point. And that's what's always pissed me off these people saying like, oh, you can't just lock down, it'll hurt us economically. It's like, motherfucker, if you don't lock down when it's still possible to keep it under control, what happens is it gets out of control. Thousands and thousands and thousands and thousands of people die, and shit collapses way worse than if you had had a lockdown ahead of time. It's not binary. It's not you have a lockdown or not. It's like you have a lockdown and save lives, or you don't do anything, everything gets out of control, a hideous death toll rises up, and then there's a lockdown. The lockdown is always going to happen. It's just a question of how many people die. Yeah. I don't know about if it's more infectious than the 1918 flu. It's very infectious. It's definitely very infectious. Oh, Charlie, going to take your lappy down to Brizzy to get your mate to look at it. That sounds fair. Annette, what would Biden do about the crisis once he's POTUS? He has already said he will take action. He will be interventionist. There'll be masks mandated, and where necessary, there'll be lockdowns. Yeah. Biden has already specifically said what he'd do, and it's basically sensible. Apparently, it was weird at one of these rallies, and possibly even in a campaign ad, Trump was saying, as an insult to Biden, he'll listen to the scientists. They're the ones who said, shut everything down. I won't do that. He'd listen to them, shut everything down. It's like, this is the insane world we live in. Trump says Biden would listen to the scientists, the medical experts, and he considers that to be an insult, which is, frankly, horrifying. So, still you have a dry cough, probably not the Rona. In Western Australia, very probably not the Rona. At least one of the filthy FIFOs gave it to you. Yeah. So, Europe and India and the US seem to be having a real bad time at the moment. Annette, Biden actually really specifically said what he would do about mask mandates, about quarantine, about lockdowns and whatnot. And making a very big point of the response would be driven by the best medical advice, not the incredible short-sighted idea of you have to die for the bottom line of a tiny number of people. And like I said, what shits me is it's absolutely nonsensical. It's not like it actually, in practical terms, isn't possible to let such an infectious and deadly disease run wild and have no lockdowns. You either have the lockdowns early and avert a lot of infection and death, and hopefully have things secure enough that you can manage the virus from then on, or you ignore it and let it run until the health system collapses and the death toll ratchets up to a horrific number, and then the shutdown happens anyway, and it's far worse than the one you would have had earlier. It absolutely fucking shits me that these dickheads who've made it political rather than medical or scientific questions pretend that the two choices are lockdown or no lockdown. The two choices are early lockdown, early pain, hopefully putting us in a position to manage things medium to long term, or late lockdown, horrific death toll, absolute chaos, absolute economic collapse, and a lockdown far worse than the one that would have happened earlier. Those are the two choices. Oh God, Chris, your friends are going to a big wedding. That's not good. That is absolutely not good. Can't wait to go friends. Oh yeah, no denial. People are just in absolutely fucking denial. Oh, that was nice to tell you. You were at the Diggers and Dealers Mining Conference. Big mining people there, but Clive Palmer wasn't allowed in, which is nice. Those are nice cabinet picks, Gecko. Bill Nye and Neil deGrasse Tyson. But there are lots of good and qualified people who can fill roles rather than like idiots like Trump had. Justin, I think I've seen some of Our Cartoon President, yes. Abigail, the one thing I'd take exception to what you said there, the virus will not burn out quickly. If you do nothing and let it run wild, the death toll would be between 10 and 20% of the population. Like it would be super fucking bad. Like a societal collapse level of bad. Society as we know it would not survive 10 to 20% of the population dying in a year or two. Hell, look at what happened when the plague killed a third of Europe. 100 years later, you could argue things were better. Just a fuck ton of people suffered in the meantime. Jesus. Yes, you are correct, Annette. Some of those militia-loving types in the US are going to react very strangely to federally imposed quarantine and lockdown. Strongly. Strangely is good too. Yes, and there is the concern that it's possible to get reinfected with COVID. So, Nintendo Lunchbox in Vegas. Hello to you. Who's my prediction? Dude, good things don't happen. Look, I think there's a disturbingly high possibility Trump wins re-election. There's all those things saying Biden will, but they also all said Clinton would. Yeah, predictions a mug's game. Prepare for the worst is my advice. Yes, that's right, Annette. After the massive die-off was a thing that was suggested contributed to the Renaissance. Hi, Timothy. Hello. Not in the madhouse that is Australia politics. I wouldn't even run for local politics. Politics in this country is so fucking diseased. I'd just be because I did say there was a mysterious figure crawling around behind me. I did actually notice that. Yeah, Timothy, I think what I would be a benevolent dictator. Except to people who don't deserve benevolence, then I would be a cruel and brutal dictator. But by and large, it would be for the best. My rather extreme dictates would only be bad for bad people. Essentially, they deserve it, and they would get what's coming to them. kind of like how I play Red Dead Redemption. Just walking up on people. What did you say? And you get the antisocial people who say something aggressively rude to you. Just pull a gun on them and you go, say it again. And of course, if you pull a gun, they pull a gun, and then it's self-defense as far as I'm concerned. So, and then you just walk around a town, and then because you killed someone, your honor goes down. But then you just walk around town saying hello to people and being nice, and your honor goes back up. Because saying hello to 100 people is morally equivalent to murdering 10 people. So that's the lesson I learned from Red Dead Redemption. So, Charlie here, Canadzi for PM. I think in a moment of bleak irony, I'd make AIDSy health minister. But yes. Chris, that's an interesting point. The early voting at historic levels, it actually speaks to people being motivated to vote against Trump, because that was Clinton's big problem. No one was motivated to vote for her, and nobody, like very few people, took Trump seriously. So an enormous number of people said, why even bother voting? She'll get in anyway, and she sucks, and I'm not wasting my time going out and voting for someone I don't like. But now everyone knows what happens if Trump is president. So there is considerable motivation for a lot of people to get out and vote. Charlie, look, AIDSy would be a great health minister. He understands the system really well. Ooh, neat. Gecko, hopefully give us a fill-in. Going to watch a Seth Meyers video about Trump and the 60 Minutes interview walkout. I've heard some vague things about that, yeah. Chris, it'd be nice if some of the third parties made some inroads as well. Yes. I did see that bit about Obama's speech where he actually quite savagely ripped Trump. So, we'll see. I'm personally horrified at the possibility of Trump winning, but we also, as far as I can see, live in a horrible hell planet where good things don't happen. So who can tell? Anything could happen. And occasionally people say, "Oh, what if Trump doesn't leave?" And what? That's not an issue. Trump loses the election no matter what he says. He's gone, and there might be some violence from like his idiot followers, but there's not going to be a civil war, that sort of thing. Oh no, Annette, you ran out of Starwood. Dang. Well, we're actually allowed to catch up for a drink now. And yes, Abigail, I think there's something to what you're saying. We live in the darkest timeline, the mirror universe. I feel like you get this dimensional traveler who's, crossed the multiverse and seen thousands of dimensions and visits ours and say, hey, who's US president? And you say Donald Trump. And you go, oh, fuck, that's you guys? Like, I've been across the multiverse and seen all the different possibilities. You go, oh, how many times is Trump president? He goes, once. Out of the entire multiverse, something that horrible only happens once, and it happened to you. That's how it feels. That's right, Nintendo Lunchbox. It was recently Back to the Future Day, the day that Marty McFly time traveled. Charlie, your mum got back from the pub, won a raffle for a carton of your favorite beer. Nice. That would make you pretty happy. Oh, I saw that silly email, Gecko. Some people got an email saying, if you don't vote for Trump, we're coming to get you. Like it was purporting to be from the Proud Boys or something. And people are saying like, they actually came from Iran. They're designed to make Trump and his supporters look bad. It's like, yeah, okay, cool. Cool. Love a pub raffle. Meat trays. You gotta love the meat trays. Oh, God. Annette, you were talking about Star Wars. Speaking about whiskies, the Applewood Distillery, from whom I have several gins and Okar Gold, finally made their big announcement. Their first ever whiskey was released, and it's I think, don't know that it's a single malt, but it's an incredibly limited run. Like, I think it's literally only 100 bottles. Let's go. I will very quickly look at the Applewood website. Only 41 bottles left. So yeah, it is a single malt. Okay. So Applewood have made a single malt whiskey they call Jarrah from barley grown on Ngadjuri land, distilled on Pamank land, and entirely matured for 4 years in casks coopered from native Australian Jarrah, previously containing fortified red wine grown on Kaurna land. Applewood are very big on using indigenous ingredients and talking about the actual land we're on, it is. So it's 100% Australian grown whiskey. There is only 100 bottles in existence, and they are going for $500 a pop. $500. I was all set to go, oh, this was the big announcement they were leading up to. And they delayed it by a couple of weeks to not overshadow Archie Rose announcing their first whiskey. And I got the email and I'm reading, oh, it's this. Look at the site, $500 for one bottle of whiskey. And good evening, Safa. Yes, but it's a collector thing because there are literally only 100 bottles in existence. I assume they will be coming out with more whiskies later, but this is their first run, incredibly limited edition single malt whiskey. And for the mad collectors out there, like, it was only announced today or maybe yesterday, and the website's saying there's only 41 bottles left. So they've sold 59 bottles at $500 a pop since yesterday. So yeah. Go, you rewatch Bad Boy Bubby. Yes, it is fucked up. It is a very fucked up movie. I haven't watched it for a little while. Maybe I should rewatch it. So for what happened last night, I was just tired. I felt really weird all yesterday, like not quite sick, not quite well, and I was tired, and I just thought I do not have the energy or focus to do a live stream. So I just slumped and I watched some TV. I watched some Peaky Blinders and some Altered Carbon. I'm fine now, thank you. I felt fine all today. Just, I don't know, who knows what it was. Like I said, I wasn't quite sick and I wasn't quite well, and it was just there. Oh, Chris, you want the self-lacing Nikes from Back to the Future? I do remember when they had them as a product, actually. Hi, Celtic King. Why isn't there any rum? There's so much rum over there. And I'm going to make a drink a bit later for my cocktail channel. I want to do a taste test on fresh lime juice versus supermarket bottled lime juice, because everyone says fresh is better, and I tend to go along with that. But can I really tell the difference? So I'm making a really simple, classic cocktail with lime juice, and it's going to be a daiquiri. So I got some white rum, and I'm going to make one with freshly squeezed lime juice, and one with Woolies brand bottled lime juice, and blind taste test it, see if I can taste it. As a point, Charlie, there is some practical value in the self-lacing shoes. Again, thinking of Michael J. Fox, if you have Parkinson's, yes. Will Aidsy join us tonight? Maybe not. I have not heard from Aidsy for a couple of days. Yes, Annette, Archie Rose whiskey is quite expensive too. Australian single malts are very pricey. Wait, am I thinking of... was it Archie Rose who did their first ever whiskey, or have they always had a whiskey? Ooh, that is a neat gift pack Archie Rose has. Inspired by Messina ice cream, the Neapolitan, strawberry, vanilla, and chocolate. The strawberry equivalent is a strawberry and pink peppercorn gin. The vanilla is vanilla and pandan vodka. And the dark is cacao husk and hazelnut whiskey. That sounds pretty good. So Archie Rose whiskey is like $120. God damn. The Neapolitan set's $109 for 3 little bottles. That's pretty fucking pricey. What's a tailored whiskey? Create a cask. From base grain and malt, cask type and cask size, smoke level and bottling strength. Specification is yours to select. For our distillers, produce your very own whiskey from scratch in the distillery in Sydney. Oh, so you get an entire fucking cask of your own whiskey, starting at 20 litres at $4,000, or 100 litres for $17,000. Hot damn. Select the wood cask type, select the smoke level. And choose the strength. Can be standard, cask strength, or a custom. Damn, get cask strength, 60% fucking whiskey. Jesus. You can just get the bottles without the cask, or you can get the bottles and your empty cask. God damn. Jesus fuck, if I was rich and just looking for something to do. Yeah, but and at $4,000, that's a cask. Christopher Lloyd in Star Trek 3. He was Klingon, wasn't he? So 20 litres for $4,000. It's 200. Look, it's still pricey. That's $200 a litre. But it's your very own one. Or actually, so if you go large, $17,000. 17, 1, 2, 3 divided by 100 equals $170 a litre. So yeah, actually, you get the 100-litre one, and you're paying about the normal price for an Archie Rose whiskey there. Just, you're getting a lot. If I was rich as fuck, I would absolutely get Archie Rose to make a giant fucking thing of angry whiskey. That is a thing I would goddamn do. Oh, Big Bad Ads. Hello, by the way. I'm getting a little bit distracted looking at things. Chris, 4K would cost you to fix your teeth with insurance? Yes, but you could buy an enormous cask of whiskey and then you wouldn't care about your teeth. You know, just drift off. So that's man, your own cask of whiskey. That is a rich person plaything right there. I tell you, remember that? It was Christopher Lloyd's shit. They travelled in time to save the whales. That's right. They called it the Bounty, I think, didn't they? Oh, yeah. So it would have been Christopher Lloyd's Klingon who's responsible for killing Kirk's son. That would be right, wouldn't it? My favorite in the original cast movies, Klingons, is still Christopher Plummer reciting Shakespeare. Cry havoc and let loose the dogs of war. Yes, Annette, very much a landmark birthday party indulgence. Chris, you need the teeth. Do you need the teeth more than you need whiskey, though, Chris? That's the big question. Yes, you do. You need your teeth more than you need whiskey. Okay, I'm being silly. Yeah. But seriously, if they were doing it in 700 ml bottles, and it was, what did I say? It was 100 liters. You got the really big one. Oh, you can tailor the spirits as well. Tailored vodka, tailored gin. Next. So how do we tailor? Uniquely distilling every botanical individually, able to tailor spirits in a single bottle at a time. Based on your preferences, adjust the strength of each botanical. We get it just right. Comes together, customize the front and side label. Create a cask of your perfect whiskey. Yeah. Okay, so the tailored spirits are $99. And the tailored whiskeys, oh, what was the big one again? It was 100 liters. And so, what's that? They're normally 700 or 750 mils. My brain stopped working. Yeah, 700 mils. So it's 100 by 0.7 equals. Yeah, so like 143 bottles. Jesus. 143 bottles. That is an indulgence and a half. Silumi, finishing at the gym, we're talking about custom alcohols at the moment and having entire casks of custom-made whiskey, which costs you thousands and thousands of dollars. Annette, doesn't the Neapolitan pack sound good? It's a little bit pricey at $109 for, I think it's like 3 bottles this big. But it's tempting. It's absolutely tempting. I like that, Charlie. When you see tourists in your area to see the whales, tell them to watch Star Trek: The Voyage Home. Oh yeah, no, Abigail, I knew it wasn't Christopher Lloyd's Klingon who killed. It was one of the soldiers who was down on the planet. But yeah, he's responsible for it. And Shannon, hello. When did Shatner say double dumbass on you? I've missed that one. I looked up my favorite bar in Melbourne, the Bar Americano, as planning to open in line with the government's guidelines. They've already worked out the number of people, and they're very clever. They're saying what you do is book time for like 2 people, and you book half an hour or an hour. And if you book half an hour, that's like $50. Then it's a $50 bar tab. So, but you've got to spend at least $50. And if you book an hour, you have to do $100. And but then it's $100 bar tab, so you get the drinks, which is really fucking clever on their part. Rather than worrying about having to turn people away, just do it in bookings, and then they know how many people they're getting, and they know the minimum amount of money they're getting. I think it's really clever. But they're also doing some of their specialty cocktails bottled and sent home. And so I thought, okay, they're my favorites and I want to support them. So I bought some stuff off their website today, probably arrive early next week. Oh, that was it. Okay, yeah. There's a joke with the people, with Kirk not really understanding 20th century vernacular. Someone calls Kirk a dumbass, so he says double dumbass on you. And Spock says, they are not the hell your whales. Thanks, Shannon. This is another T Fury one. They're all T Fury or T similar sites. Obviously a Stargate one. There's no place like home. Cross stitch with a chevron set to home. Yes. Silly, yes, you need the border open so you can come visit. I don't think it'll be that much longer, but yes. So the restrictions are going to be by November, unless something terrible happens, which is always possible with this fucking virus. Unless something terrible happens, hospitality venues will be able to open under strict rules. So you'll be able to. I'm not going to go out. Fuck it, man. I'm staying home until I'm considerably more sure that the virus isn't floating around out there. So the bloody, it's a positive sign. And I decided to show my support for one of my favorite bars by ordering some expensive cocktails that they're bottled. But they're very one of a kind the way they blend their cocktails. Abigail made potato salad. It's quite difficult, so you can't stand longer for 10 minutes. Well, fucking go you. That's a significant achievement in my book. And they actually invented transparent aluminium in real life. Well, that's nice. Oh, Chris, we can currently go 25 kilometers. That got changed last weekend, and relatively soon we will probably be able to travel anywhere in metro, and they may even, although God, there's a scary indicator today that there might be an outbreak in one of the suburbs. Kid went to school and was there for a couple of days and was actually positive. So now 400 people are supposed to be isolating in the hope that there's not a lot. So we're on the, Jesus, this fucking virus, man. We're just on the razor's edge with it all the time. You're only ever one or two bits of bad luck or one or two people being fuckwits, and things going completely to shit. Yes. And there's also, we were only ever supposed to go out for an hour a day for exercise, and now there's no limit on the amount of time we can be outside. So we can travel 25 kilometers. So if I had any bloody reason to, I could go to Costco again, which is what we're waiting for. And hopefully we don't get any terrible news in the next couple of days. Although, like I said, there was this one really scary indicator that there could be a significant outbreak in one of the suburbs, which would absolutely suck balls. and would set everything back horribly if that happened. So it's like fingers crossed that that's contained, but we probably won't know for a day or two, which just sucks. If we were this close and then one fuck up blows it all out of the water, that would just suck so hard. But we were extremely hopeful of even more relaxing of restrictions this weekend. And now we don't know. You're still not meant to go to other people's places, Chris. Oh, wait, I think now technically, yeah, Abigail, I'm not 100% sure of the rules about visiting places. If not now, very soon, it will be legit. I can bring a computer and the parts over for the upgrade. So we shall see. Should be soon anyway. So yeah, that's something I'm actually pretty keen on getting that done, but also going to wait to make sure it's a legit thing to do as well. So, but I think everyone's here. Who wants to do Angry Bunch? I think it's a party night tonight. Did the copy of the link? Dinko link, linky rinky dink. And as Shannon was over there on Facebook, I'll put it on Facebook as well. Alrighty. I think that is working. Let me see. Just checking something. Or talk. Right. So I put that out there. That's the link. And Chris is the quick one. Hey, Chris.
Hello.
Hello. How's your day going?
Pretty good actually. I had to drop my car off at like 10 in the morning to get work done, and then I walked to the Japanese shop and got some sushi and ramen, and then
nice.
Got a cab home with my big giant respirator on because that's
all right.
And then went for a bike ride later on the day on my electric bike.
Nice. And Grasshopper, I'll do that so we can see each other. There we go.
Hey guys, how's it going?
Good.
Hello.
That's good. Hey Chris, how you doing, bud?
I'm doing pretty good. Today was a good day.
Good day. That's what we like to hear.
Bad news.
Yeah, no, the end of the bell curve down in Melbourne there, by the looks of things, Aussie.
Yeah, unless, as I was saying, there was this scary indicator that there could be a significant outbreak, which would fuck everything up, which would really suck.
I got my fingers.
Yeah, but it's seriously like 400 people isolating in the hope that A, most of them don't have it, but B, it doesn't go any further.
Oh, look, Angry, I'm sure that it'll be fine. All you have to do is just have confidence that people aren't going to be shit cunts, and I'm sure you'll be fine.
Yes. Yeah.
I'm sorry. I don't know what that's like anymore. I lost all my hope in March or April when Bernie Sanders was thrown to the wolves and the world fell apart here.
Yeah. That was unexpected. Like I literally didn't realize the DNC had that much power.
They did the same thing where Hillary was concerned. I think it's I think it's like with all due respect, I think it's because Americans overall just aren't ready for things like social health care, Medicare type things. They're not, you know, they're still too afraid of that socialist boogeyman.
Yeah.
Also, you got to remember that like all of these people in the DNC get paid literally millions and billions of dollars by all these corporations on top of that fact.
Yeah.
So they have all the power and they have all the money. And they control all the media outlets that aren't crazy right-wing stuff. Because this is just, the DNC, that's mainstream. They own all the media. They own all the newspapers. They own all the politicians. I mean, it's insane how much power the DNC has.
But I mean, with Clinton, it was different because with Clinton, it was her turn. She was regarded as presumptive. So the Sanders insurgency was fighting against that all the time.
Literally rigged in 2016. It was actually legitimately rigged, illegitimate.
Yeah, but this time it was nobody's turn, and Sanders bolted out of the gate, and all the others were looking like also rans. I say Abigail's going to join us. Hi, Abigail.
And I was like,
hey, Abigail.
Hi, Abigail.
So, it's like none of the others. The others were all splitting the vote, and what was weird is before, I don't remember if it was North Carolina or South Carolina, but Biden had looked like an absolute joke. And then
Iowa,
suddenly...
Nevada, New Hampshire, he had shit. Then he won South Carolina because of one endorsement from somebody who gets a lot of money from the DNC.
But he also did way better than they thought he would. It's not just that he did well.
Yeah, he actually won South Carolina. He won it.
He did much better than their best projections. Yeah. And so then the DNC power brokers just grabbed, God, how soon we forget.
Indiana Buttigieg.
And the woman who hated Buttigieg. Klobuchar. Yeah, that's right. She fucking hated.
And then don't forget the snake, Elizabeth Warren, who is a woman of...
No, I actually don't think it's fair to be really judgy on her. It was just politics. She wasn't part of the thing. But Klobuchar and Buttigieg got dragged into a back room and said, "You are pulling the fuck out before Super Tuesday. There is one person going in, and it's fucking Biden." Okay, the decision has been made.
And I forgot they got Beto O'Rourke and Andrew Yang, both who I think had already stopped their campaigns.
They'd already gone out.
Also, Biden. I mean, it was insane. The other thing, too, is Bernie's whole strategy was win 35% of the votes for like 3 more states. And if he did, he would have been the nominee. But because they all went back Biden and Warren was like, "I'm going to stay in and then maybe that'll work out for me." And it didn't.
And is it true that Biden said that if he wins the election, though, that he's only going to do one term because of his age?
That is exactly what he said. He has categorically stated that.
Oh, yes. Wow.
He has categorically stated he'd only do one term.
I did not hear that. So that proves everything people were talking about in the early campaign. A lot of people, I was saying that his whole campaign is elder abuse. Honestly, for the first couple of months, it didn't look like he knew he was running for president. He was acting like he was running for Senate or something. He seemed very confused. Then he got like more put together. And then every once in a while, I see little bits of him. Like, it's sad. And honestly, Donald Trump's a piece of shit, but man, when I see him all hyped up on drugs, it's depressing to see these people that are like, they should be, in a retirement home. They shouldn't be where they're at. It's just
this is the world.
And you know what it really does is a lot of people have been saying that soul-sucking Kamala Harris is using this to become president.
It was widely held whoever became Biden's VP would be the one who would run for president in the next cycle. So Kamala Harris has that in her sights now. And she's like Obama, but even more conservative, basically.
I mean, don't get me. I'm not the biggest fan of her at all. But I mean, it is. There's a comedian by the name of Steve Hofstadter, who said it really well when it was Hillary versus Trump. He was like, when I put in my vote for the primary candidate, of course I voted Bernie all the way. I wanted Bernie, Bernie, Bernie. But when we found that Bernie was not going to be the lead candidate, that it was going to be Hillary, and that looks very bright indeed, Abigail, rather. They like he was just like, yeah, no, now it's just a case of America just needs to hold its nose and take its medicine. At the end of the day, like a lover, loathe a hater, whatever, at the end of the day, she is still such a better fucking choice than Trump any day of the week. And I feel very much about the same about the upcoming election, the very soon upcoming election, is that where Biden's concerned, like him, love him, loathe him, hate him, hold your nose and take your fucking medicine. You don't want Trump in power for another 4 years. America doesn't fucking want it. The rest of the world certainly doesn't fucking want it. Like it really is.
Voted, so Washington's a mail-in state, so you can vote whenever you want between October 15th and November 3rd. So
all of the stuff about the voting over there, like everything is going fucking awry with the mail-in votings and when you have to have it in by or when you're not supposed to have it in by. And
so like that's because there's a lot of states that are doing mail-in voting that haven't done it before. Washington and Oregon have done mail-in voting for 30 years.
Well, that and fucking Trump is also like set and determined to try and fuck up the voting system as much as he possibly can. Like he's already said that if he wins via numbers, like if he loses rather via numbers, that he'll basically just stand there in office and go, "No, we need to do a recount. No, this is bullshit. No." And
it's awfully interesting that right now the Democrats are showing no opposition to the Supreme Court Justice Amy, I forget the middle name, Amy Barrett, whatever her name, ACB. There's no resistance to putting a Supreme Court justice, into this position when she would 100% be partisan if there's an contested election result. She's gonna vote for Trump. Then you have I think two other people were on Bush versus Gore, and we know how that ended up. When Gore actually won the election, Bush still became president, which that was really bad. I remember that because I was like,
that. It's the same thing with Hillary and Trump. Hillary won the popular vote by far and fuck it away. It was Trump's rigging of the electoral colleges that got him into power.
Yeah, but there wasn't an actual recount that had to be judged on by the Supreme Court. So it comes down to that. The Democrats are handing Trump a second term because they know that if it's a hotly contested election and it has to be brought in front of the Supreme Court to see who actually won, they're putting this Amy Barrett, COVID Amy, in to.
Hey, Gecko.
G'day, Gecko. How you doing?
Good.
Quiet. You were saying there's someone sweeping.
I hope you like talking about American politics.
I had
But
a
the
couple
topic will
of things.
Eventually.
I'm really, as far as the Democrats and the Supreme Court nomination, honestly, they're very against it. Well, obviously to me, I mean, from what I've been reading, they're very against it. They're going to boycott going to the confirmation hearing in the Justice, the Senate, committee, the Judicial Committee. They're not going to appear.
Yeah. I can see. Just talking about changing the subject.
Star Trek? Sir?
Yeah, Star Trek. We've already had the Star Trek divergence.
Speaking of Star Trek, actually, as you know, I've been getting my wife to watch The Next Gen from beginning to end because she's never watched it before. We just watched my favorite episode tonight before we came in here, Darmok.
Darmok, yes, I love that episode.
My favorite episode of all time.
There's
Simba,
a T-shirt.
his arms wide.
There's a
Dave
T-shirt
wants a T-shirt,
with a guitar, pretending it's a rock concert or something. Darmok and Galata Jamagra.
Yeah.
Darmok and Gelada Tanagra. Yeah, absolutely.
Hello to Kirsten, by the way. Hey, so she was saying, I was going to share this dance remix of Dan Andrews that
yes,
dance
remix.
Awesome. What the hell?
Well, let's see.
Great.
See if this works. I've got to share the audio Share. Go full screen. Do this.
You guys all right to go? And get on the beers. Well, let me answer it this way. It's Friday. First course on the menu. Have a massive line, as I think they should be. I like that. You've got to spend the weekend. Pub, that is not an option. And there's nothing confusing about this. Do the right thing for your family and get on the beers. And it's not like it's one or two beers. 127,000 beers from case to case. I probably can't add any more than that. That is such an impressive thing. All of us had a shared case that so many beers, certainly not all at once. So that's what I'm asking you to do. If people simply behave as normal, if they don't get on the beers, then people will die. Just do it. Thanks very much, everyone.
So
Well,
yeah, that's that.
you gotta,
Wow.
you have
Oh,
to
here we go.
play
Nick is Mark Whiskey.
the dance remix that Nettie shared on Facebook.
Oh, I
Oh,
thought
someone
that's
took-
what it was. Did you? Okay.
No, there's a.
Okay, I don't hear
shared
audio.
it. She hit-
Somebody,
was great. That accent. Was
somebody,
brilliant.
somebody has entirely too much free fucking time on their hands to make those sorts of videos. I swear to God.
you
But
want
don't get me wrong, they're awesome.
That accent was just the best. Beers.
get on the beers.
Gecko, if you're talking, mate, we can't hear you at all. Your mic's muted, mate.
Do you want me to share the TikTok,
Sorry.
Andrew, or are you good?
It won't work if you do.
Why not?
Grasshopper,
Yeah.
was it you that I asked that was asking about the election and ballots a couple weeks ago, 2 or 3 weeks or whatever ago?
I don't remember. I know. I was slightly confused about something to do with the American election, but I was able to ask Chris, and with him and Angry and Abigail, I got schooled basically, and I'm good.
Because I made some errors in what I had said before, and I wanted to try to correct that. Like the
Okay.
differences between what's on the primary ballot and what's on the general election ballot. Like on the primary ballots, like they separate you between your Democrat and your Republican ballots, but on a general election, you get what was the result of the primaries on the general election.
Yeah, no, my question was about when you enroll to vote over in America, if you enroll as a person like who votes for a Republican, that like you were somehow straight at being a Republican voter for the rest of your days regardless. And yeah, I was confused about that aspect of it. But Chris, Andrew, and Abigail were able to school me on that one.
It's very confusing, state by state, county by county. In some cases, it's a real.
I found the
there's
dance
no unity system that combines everything.
Yeah, what was that? Sorry, Andrew.
Dance remix.
Yeah, I'm trying to see if I can play the dance remix now on TikTok. I don't really know how TikTok works, but
there is a T. Earl Grey
I
hot
see it.
from Star Trek, like a can that you can buy, or at least used to be able to buy.
But I can't hear
Okay,
it.
so
I can see it.
yeah,
Can't
we
hear
can't
it.
see it. We can see it, but we can't hear it.
Can't hear it.
No.
Okay, so
Probably better.
Well,
Probably
wait a sec.
copyright restricted or whatever.
Can you hear it now?
No audio.
No. Okay, I'm hobbled by the fact I don't hear the audio anyway, so I don't know. So forget that. Okay, cool.
Hey,
Cool,
you know
cool,
what?
cool.
We tried, and that's what
And,
matters.
and why can't someone else share it?
Because it just doesn't make you just can't. Sorry, it just isn't a capability.
There we go.
Yeah.
He's the host.
Oh, weird.
Yeah, I think it's an administration panel privilege type thing to be able to do that.
We're not privileged enough.
Yeah. It's a single control thing on StreamYard.
Vote Abigail
Actually-
for admin.
Yeah, unfortunately, unlike a lot of platforms, like Twitch, for example, can't actually.
Oh, really?
I think I just told a complete lie.
And I know in YouTube you can
How
have your
important
chat
again.
participants be set as moderators so that they can post links.
Hmm. I'm just checking functions, and there doesn't seem to be a function to say let someone else be an admin. No,
I
there
mean,
is.
I've shared screens before.
Yeah, there's a button here to share a screen.
Is there?
Yeah.
Okay, well, I'm a liar then, because you know.
On StreamYard, yeah,
I will.
do
I
this share
will.
screen.
Abigail's going to give it a go.
Yep, she's gonna give it the old college try. I don't really know what that means.
Get on the ears.
You know.
Okay, I should be sharing a screen now.
No.
I clicked on it.
No, I actually
here
have
we
to
go.
add it to the stream. There you go.
Now we got it. Now we see it.
So is
Now,
this mine?
now it's full screen.
So try playing it.
All right, it's playing, but I don't hear it.
Still
Yeah,
not
I
I
don't
hearing
know.
anything.
I know what the problem is. I think I know what the problem is. If you go down into your volume control and you select what is it? Recording devices. Where is it?
No, actually, Abigail, I'll just
I can pipe it through my microphone. Actually.
no.
Oh, did it work?
Oh, Abigail
no.
left. Whoops.
No, that did.
No, that was me messing about with controls. Okay, I'm just putting the link back to make it easy for Abigail. I was trying to get rid of one of the screens so she could start again, and it got
You're gonna
rid
be in
of
trouble now,
her
Andrew.
altogether. Probably. So,
Although something
yeah.
something tells me that if Abigail threatens to spank you, you're not going to be too upset.
Okay, Abigail's back. Here we go. Right. Okay. What I was going to do,
Abigail too.
Abigail, there is a thing when you go to share screen, there is a little checkbox that says share audio.
Oh, okay. Sure.
So try that.
There is not.
There is not?
No, I'm looking at
But
it right
can
now.
pipe-
It says
I can pipe my audio through my microphone.
You can
because I've
try.
got a good sound setup. Yes.
Well, let's give it a go.
do one of these, right? Take your microphone and hold it up to your speakers.
Nah, it's way more complicated than that.
Yeah, Abigail's setup is a little bit more complex than most others.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
So
How so?
you might get some echo. Hang on.
Well, we'll see what happens.
We'll be willing to give that a go.
That's
Well,
just like
as
being in
Gareth
a
said, give it a
nightclub if that happens.
Yeah.
Okay,
So,
so going to add it to the stream.
Here we go.
Yep. Okay, I'm going to hit play and let's see what happens.
That's what's most important. We had a case last week. As best we can tell, the dinner party started with one case. By the end of the dinner party, almost everybody at the dinner party had a case for years. Especially if they take this seriously, get on the beers. And that's what must be done.
That was a good drop.
Oh, that's amazing.
That's what's most important. We had a case like.
Oh,
Wow.
that was absolutely fantastic.
That was
absolutely
a great
awesome.
drop. That's what must be done.
I miss raving so much.
It's pretty funny. But
Okay.
excellent work there, Abigail, to get that to work.
Great.
Yeah,
job.
no, way to go.
Thank you.
Yeah, Abigail for admin. Oh, speaking of, actually, I posted a thing on Facebook earlier about a friend of mine. She posted up a meme about how bathtubs basically aren't made big enough for most women out there. How they're so short that basically you can either have your legs suspended, your boobs suspended, but not both at the same time. And you know
I've
that
got a
was
problem with bathtubs myself, being 6'4", you know.
I can't.
I'm in an apartment. It's like my knees are like this, or if I'm like this, then I'm like this. You know,
As I said in an earlier post, I said, you know, after many hours of exhausting research, we found what it is that women want. Number one, pockets in their clothing. Number two, full bodily autonomy. And I posted that up and said, but now another caveat. Number three, bigger bathtubs.
and I did see a video about
I would
pockets in the
bigger
pants.
bathtub.
Like some girls, like
bigger bathtub.
some girls
That'd be
like exploding about how she bought pants, and they've got like these fake pockets. They're fake. It's like I don't even understand that. Why would they be fake? Of course, I never experienced that kind of thing.
Yeah, no. My wife and a few other girls that I know, they very deliberately buy their slacks from men's wear stores, so that they can actually have functioning fucking pockets.
I only buy pants with pockets, functioning pockets.
Yeah,
And some dresses I'll buy specifically because they have pockets.
I've seen dresses with pockets.
They do have dresses for men that they're like legitimate dresses for or skirts or whatever for men. I forget who makes them. I've never got them, of course. Well, whatever.
Yes, there's
they're almost like kilts.
Yeah, they're called the tool kilt. They're called tool kilts.
Yeah, but various cultures have what are essentially skirts for men, not kilts. And there's a Salumi going to join.
Hey, Lumi.
Yeah, there we are.
Oh, love the hair.
Blue hair.
The hair
Love
is
I don't know if
hair.
that's
amazing.
your camera or your face is red.
I'm-
I know. I did take a shower to cool down from the gym, but I'm just so Irish
You're a
that
bit
I will
flat. There
for
you
a
go.
while.
As
She's
someone
so
who has purple, green, and blue hair right now, I am so jealous of your hair. It is vibrant.
Looks like Strong
and
Bad
looking
says
great.
you gotta have the blue hair.
No, well, we know that Lumi is Irish because what's happened to them is that they've actually gotten a severe moonburn on the way home from the gym. That's what's happened.
Accurate. Also, not helped by the rain at all.
Moonburn. I'm gonna use that. That is great.
So how you doing, Lumi?
Better than I was this morning. I woke up with a migraine today.
Oh, damn.
Ooh,
half
never
of my
fun.
day was spent hiding.
I'm
You don't
currently
you don't
waiting
wake
for
up with a migraine.
to kick in.
Yeah, this is not what you want for a
I
migraine.
wake up.
You probably want something
No.
like this.
No.
Yes.
Whiskey and migraines are not a good mixture. No way are they a good mixture.
Yeah, water. We're hydrating. Actually, while
Oh,
you're all
yeah.
talking, I'm just getting a couple things ready. All right,
Yes,
about me.
I'm gonna get it.
No worries, Andrew. Yeah, no. My wife suffers from migraines as well, and she's on all sorts of different fun medications to try and keep the bastard things at bay. And yeah, no. At times, like when she gets out of bed with a migraine, I can't really refer to that as waking up because she's not awake.
No.
You know,
No, I
She-
feel
You're
that
just
'cause
kind of
I sometimes wake up with migraines too. It's the worst.
I
Oh,
always count. I always
can't-
count my lucky stars where migraines are concerned. I get
Yeah.
maybe one every maybe 8 months or 9 months. Like it's really rare. I do get them, but they're really, really rare. And for that, I am eternally grateful.
I can't
because
say
several
I've
people
ever
that I know.
I can't say I've ever had an actual migraine before. Certainly I've had headaches from too much drinking or
Look, I mean,
Yeah.
there
just
is
general headaches, but I don't think I've ever had one of those where you're like the noise, the light, that kind of thing.
Oh,
Well,
Yeah.
this
sorry,
is a
yeah.
dark room right now because of migraines. Otherwise, I'd have the light on. I'm waiting for migraine meds to kick in right now.
I've had
I hope.
my-
Oh,
my bedroom
What was
blacked
that?
out from I put aluminum foil through my window, in the blinds to black out the window because blackout curtains really never work.
Yeah.
no.
But
I mean,
that's not just because of migraines. That's just because I wanted to get extra sleep during the day.
as someone who gets the occasional headache and gets the rare migraine, I understand the real difference between the two.
Yeah.
But
And-
like I said before, I am extremely lucky on the migraine scales because the ones that I do get when I've talked to migraine specialists and other people who suffer migraines way more often than I do, the ones that I get are the sorts of migraines that migraine sufferers who get them all the time are like, yeah, no, if we get them, we go out and we go to work, we're fine.
Yeah.
And
That's
it
like
bloody-
the people who go to work with kidney stone pain. It's like you can't do it.
Ooh. Oh, that is
Anybody?
And
very
Angry,
well,
what's
there's
going on there? You
Somebody
someone crawling?
crawling behind the chair.
What's happening? What's happening in my
He's growing arms.
It's
Oh,
okay. You can show your
no.
face. You don't have
You've
to
got the
worry.
return of the Fridge Ninja. You got the
Yeah.
return of the Fridge Ninja.
The fridge.
Guilty.
Yeah, no, it's
All right.
uh,
I'm half done.
Any-
I've got to get something else.
anybody that's suffering from kidney stone pain that is able to do a fucking thing other than lie there and writhe in pain is a person that gets my full fucking respect as somebody who's had kidney stones twice.
I've had kidney stones once, and I talked about it before. I don't know if you're here for that. It was an adventure. I decided, well, I'm going to continue driving for Lyft. And I took one ride. I'm like, no, never mind. I'm not driving for Lyft for this. And I drove myself to the emergency room.
Yep.
I had to pull over on the freeway and throw up on the side of the freeway because of the pain.
Yep.
And then made my way to the ER. And I was like, do you guys want a urine sample? And they're like, okay, here, if you can do it, fine. And the guy that took it was like, holy Jesus Christ. Because he saw the cup and it was like prune juice red,
Oh, great.
Yeah, no, kidney stones will.
Yike.
Yeah, no, kidney stones will definitely do that. But
Not a fun adventure.
yeah, no, I will say we'll move on from this topic because I think most people don't want to hear about it. But
I'm just going to say one more thing about it.
I'll
6
say, yeah.
millimeters. 6
Oh,
millimeters.
I'll say my last thing on it was that the doctor turned around to me and said that this is the closest that males can feel what it's like to give birth. And to that, I say to any woman out there that's given birth, my heart to you, my absolute fucking heart to you, because god damn.
Was I kind of had expected that this week I might have a migraine because normally if I've had a bad chronic pain week preceding it, I'll get a migraine because it's for me they're mainly stress and anxiety triggered.
Yeah.
So I was like, oh, we'll see how I go this week. Hopefully it hits on the weekend when I've got nothing. And then I woke up this morning. I was like, God damn it, I was so close to the weekend.
No, my wife, she will get triggered by so many different things in terms of, the Stargate shirt went away.
Sorry,
Wow.
it's make cocktails time.
Yeah, make talk.
Sitting the
time.
dude
Fair
down.
enough.
Fancy, real quick. He's a fancy man.
Oh, I
What-
just realised I've
what's-
left my glasses in the bedroom too. So.
I'm trying to see the tie there. Is that Calvin and Hobbes?
It is Calvin and Hobbes.
Hey,
Look at it.
Now, the only question I have for you is what kind of tie knot are you going to make?
Just a simple Windsor.
Like a half
That's a good question.
That
or
is a
full? Because there's more than one Windsor knot.
That's why I said
I
a
used to
simple
know how to
one.
do a full Windsor, but now I can
I
barely
thought
do
it was
half
a
Windsor.
simple one and a double. A half Windsor.
I always have to watch a YouTube tutorial on how to tie a tie every time I got to wear one.
I'm
But now you all put me off. And I bloody...
Let's all watch Angry.
Yeah, like
Tie.
I always
tie.
thought,
Yeah.
I'll do a full Windsor because it's like extra,
yeah.
like showy, and then you realize you have to have a longer tie for that.
Yeah.
Yes. Because
I'll
you
be
use your
back.
bloody feel.
Yeah.
no worries, Abby. Gail, I got to stop that.
There are some
She
very.
She asked me
interesting
before not to
finds.
call her Abby, and it's
Yeah.
just it's so inbuilt into me to
Yeah, if you know somebody
people's
who's
names.
an Abby, not an Abigail, it's like you've got to remind yourself that that's not.
The thing is, one of my best friends' name is Amy, and it's so similar that my
Yeah.
brain.
Abby
Abby, you
who?
can't drink the water. Go away. My cat's trying to steal
Abby
my glass.
Normal.
There you go.
Yeah, no, my wife,
Abby normal.
she's got like 11 billion triggers for her migraines, so we've got to tread very carefully about like all sorts of different things. I can't wear deodorant anymore because smells are one of her biggest triggers.
Yeah.
So you got to make sure that you give yourself an extra good scrub in the tub to make sure that you don't stink because you can't wear deodorant. Whoa, just a couple of ties there, Abigail.
It's,
Sorry, I was just a couple of ties there, Abigail.
I have a tie collection.
Well,
well,
I mean,
Women
so do
who
I.
wear ties are fucking cute, This is like one of my Ravenclaw ties.
Oh, nice.
Hey.
It's currently tied.
I really wanted to
but-
find a Marvin the Martian tie, but I just couldn't.
I got a.
My
dad has
favorite
one.
tie is
I
the
have-
rainbow tie.
I have a tie very similar
and
to that,
the-
actually. That was
the strawberry tie.
the rainbow tie.
have-
I was given one similar to that at the first and only ever Mardi Gras I went to. Hey, Ren and Stimpy.
Ren and Stimpy. I have several Ren and Stimpies. I have a Marvin Martian tie.
Yeah, Ren and Snippy.
I
gave
wasn't
like this
sure
one.
they just.
Hey,
that
that's
one.
Betty Boop.
Betty Boop.
Betty Boop.
Betty Boop.
Betty Boop. Oh, my grandma loved Betty Boop too, actually. All my
This is
ties
just
are
a
very-
classy one. This is just like really kind of sheeny.
Yeah, my ties are like that. They're very plain. I don't have any designs on them. Really, except stripes. They're very neutral. They're my
All right. I have to get my glasses.
I have
Sorry,
a
Zachary?
bunch of 80s ties that I inherited from my dad that are just
You know,
the worst.
I
They're-
found
they're
the
just-
best place
that's-
to
they're
get
just-
random weird stuff.
they're-
That's
Uh,
Sorry,
they're
what's that hotel
like-
motel one there, Abby? Abigail, sorry.
Which one?
The
This
hotel.
one?
Yeah, that one. Yeah, what's that? Something
I
hotel.
don't know. It's
Is it on the
Uh,
back?
it's got Carlton.
Lucer,
it's the
Carlton,
Yeah, I don't know.
Luceroo.
Yeah,
I
I
don't
don't
know.
know.
That'll require some research later.
I
Yeah.
I found
So, yeah, I have
the
a bunch
best
of
place
ties
to get
Just
weird
only
stuff.
good for fancy dress or Halloween or whatever. 'Cause
I don't know,
they're
I got-
from the 80s.
I've just got terrible.
My
I-
my awesome purple tie from the 70s.
So long as it's purple and
when I
not
went-
blue, because you know blue ties are bad.
I have a bunch of.
Why are blue ties? Oh yeah, blue ties
Yeah.
tell lies.
Yeah, blue
Yeah.
ties tell lies.
Oh,
That's the
yeah.
one.
I got a bunch of blue.
I'm not sure what ties I have, but like this shirt, and if I want like crazy Hawaiian shirts or whatever, I'll just go to the secondhand store, Goodwill, whatever.
Hey,
Almost every tie there I bought after I transitioned because women who wear ties are fucking gorgeous, and I wanted to do
yes.
that. And I got
Yes.
so many compliments for it. It was the best.
You know
Yeah,
what?
definitely.
I don't
Sorry,
know how to tie like a bow tie. I haven't done that yet.
Yeah, no.
bow ties are
Quick,
cool.
a quick filler in there for Gecko and Chris. The blue ties tell lies thing is over here for the longest of times. All of our conservative politicians, Tony Abbott and whatnot, whenever they were in front of the camera and just telling outright bullshit, were forever wearing blue fucking ties. So yeah,
What about that?
I'm not giving my
I'm sorry, Sierra Lumi. I can't help it, but I can't help but notice that you look like an Oompa Loompa right now.
That's amazing.
I'm
Amazing.
sorry. I'm so
I can't-
sorry.
I can't-
The yellow
somehow-
light just grosses me out more.
Yeah. Somehow I just can't see Lumi being offended by that. I could just see Lumi just looking and going, "Yeah, sure, no worries, I'm good." Yeah, you know?
Yeah, I'm pretty sure.
Very- very
there is somebody with a photo lying around somewhere of me when I was 19 years old, being the shortest of all of my male friends. They got, or one of their daughters got, like this gold hairspray, hair dye thing, where you spray it in your hair and it goes that color until you wash your hair, basically. So there is a picture out there of me with gold hair and white gloves, looking like an Oompa Loompa.
I can't help but think maybe it's your color balance or something. I can't believe your face is actually that color.
Oh, no, I'm not red right now. I can feel it in how hot my face is.
Yeah,
Wow.
no, like you have a look at the difference between their hand and their face when they put up their hand up. You can see the whiteness of their
Yeah.
hand versus their face. So it's not a camera thing.
That's
That
the
is,
normal color. This is what happens when I gym. It takes a
Yeah.
couple of hours for my skin to calm down.
very common thing. Very, very, very common thing.
It's really funny though, because if I ever get like people who are new to gym who are slightly confident, they'll come over and be like, "Are you okay? I'm fine. Leave me be."
So just to be very clear and upfront, very quick. I will do absolutely everything I can to keep with they, them, and I apologize wholeheartedly in advance if I skip.
I totally get it, and I laugh at like because I've tried to put it up more and more because I know that that's a way to help people. Because it's not something that we instinctively think of. It's so taught that there's a binary of gender. And like even just at work, every now and then I'll have
Gecko, well, thank you.
Well, now, and people go, Lumi, she, no, wait, them, sorry. Like, you're fine.
It's the same as me trying to remember to say Abigail as well. Like, yeah, so long as the effort's there, that's the main thing.
I'm simple. I'm a white guy named Chris, so you know.
Look, it's one of those things. Always try to make the effort. Like, you don't want to be a fucking wanker like Jordan Peterson or fucking any of those idiots, you know, that are like, oh, you know, there's only 2 biological genders and therefore they can't fucking choose. Like, oh, just fuck off.
And like the thing that annoys me so much about people like Jordan Peterson is like it's not his field. So when he starts saying,
exactly.
well, I'm this and I'm that. Yeah, but it's not your fucking field, mate. That would be like me, someone who's studying criminology and law, trying to tell you what paramedics at my work do. No, I can't. I work in admin. I can't tell you what clinical staff do.
As someone with an actual degree in biology, whenever somebody turns around and says that there's only 2 genders, I have a tendency to get really pissed off because biologically and scientifically speaking, there are more than 2 fucking genders. We don't just go with XX and XY. There is YY and YXY and XXY and XYX and so on and so forth. And some of these chromosomal imbalances can cause things like intersex babies, or you know, that sort of things. There is a little bit of anecdotal evidence, and I'm very clear to say that it is anecdotal evidence that some of these genetic variations have more commonality with people who transition later in life and stuff like that. So maybe, possibly in the future, we might be able to see a biological tie to that. We don't know. But at the end of the day, when you talk to actual biologists, and especially biologists who specialize in sex and sexuality in a biological sense, when you discuss this topic with them, their overwhelming mentality about this is that it doesn't matter if we ever do find this hard tie between this genetic sequence and this type of outward presentation, or this genetic sequence and male or female or whatever. At the end of the day, if a person has a thing where they suffer from body dysphoria, where they don't feel comfortable in their expressed gender from birth, that they want to change that gender, all we need to do is change our fucking pronouns for that person, and that's it. So the rest of it is completely immaterial because it affects our lives exactly to the precise sum of fucking 0. And it is something that I completely agree with. Sorry, a little bit of a soapbox there. Sorry.
That's fine. If I don't have kids, and if I ever have kids and they turn out to be in, you know, the weird, you know, category, I'm not going to let the doctors do anything untowards or whatever. I would have preferred
work it out
to make that decision as an adult.
Yeah.
Look, I mean, I personally don't.
If you understand what I mean.
I do. I personally don't have a problem with birth certificates having gender written on those birth certificates, in that, medically speaking, it is important for doctors to know. And sometimes when they look at a baby, the baby might look a bit androgynous, and rather than ripping the diaper off, have a look at the chart, and that tells them whether or not they be, you know, identified as boy or girl, you know, and that medically speaking does actually have impacts. What I have an issue with is that later in life, regardless of whatever gender it is on their birth certificate, trying to change that later on in life is this absolutely ridiculous process where some people who have been transitioning for 20, 30, 40 odd fucking years still can't get their goddamn birth certificate changed. And that to me is just pathetic.
I agree with that, but
You can do it in
The
Victoria
thing
nowadays.
that also
that's
irritates me is, if you're born, if you have a child, and the doctor's like, well, you've got, one or the other, and they just suddenly decide to do one or the other, and you don't have that choice when you're a child.
Lisa, sorry.
That's kind of the thing that I don't want. Hi, Lisa.
Let's see if Lisa's video actually stays connected.
Finally
this time.
got in.
Yeah, you're actually in with us this
You're
time, Lisa.
in.
Yay! We're in.
And you've been in for longer than 4 seconds without it cutting out this time, so you're doing well.
Oh, thanks, man. It's fucking great.
All right. and I'm just going to be making a video, so I'm turning my microphone off. And so
And
Well,
I don't
just
think there's
reading-
anything you can do by looking at the window to correct your missing teeth window blinds. I know you're looking at that before.
Yeah, well, I'm just reading the comments on my latest video I dropped. Fuck me dead. Jesus.
You got comments already?
I did a reaction. I did a reaction to the Trump town hall.
Oh God.
Yeah.
It's just full of moronic idiots. I mean,
I didn't even watch it. I did not watch it.
I
I
watched
would try
about-
and then I'd get annoyed.
I watched about 20 minutes of it, and then I got to the bit where about the white supremacy, QAnon, and the conspiracy theories. And that's what I did my reaction on, which was like 4 minutes. And it's just, I couldn't help it because it was just like, you've got to be fucking kidding. Like, this is insane. And like, it's just the comments on here are insane. The first one was typical Karen here that can't even do a very basic search. Heck, I wouldn't be surprised she knows how to use different search engines to validate that she is not being manipulated by the algorithm.
Yeah,
And then
What are you going to use? AskJeeves.com?
how does
Then
Oh,
sends me a
back
link. He gives me a link to a Canadian conservative website.
Oh, of course. Like Conservapedia, when that was a fucking thing.
Oh, I don't know, but this is the post-millennial.
and
Okay.
what do? Do they recut the video?
And then you've got the upcoming debate tomorrow in 12 or 15 hours or something, where they're going to mute the microphones. That's going to be great.
We'll see how
I
that.
hope that Trump walks out of the debate.
I am
It's
just.
just going to be
well,
such a shit.
I've got idiots on here trying to get me to denounce Antifa. And I'm like,
Why would you do
the
that?
FBI, I didn't even put like captions in my thing. The FBI has said that it's not actually a thing. Like, you can't actually denounce it because it's not a group.
Trying
It's not an
to,
organization. It is just
trying to
them.
tell people that Antifa isn't an actual real fucking thing, and people are like, but Trump said that it is. So the fuck what?
Trump also
Sorry.
said that you should drink bleach. Maybe let's not listen to Trump.
Hold up,
We
hold
should
up, hold up, hold up, guys, hold
I've
up.
got
Let's
something better than
yeah.
bleach here.
hold up just a minute. We got to keep it down just a little bit. I think we just heard Abigail's head then.
Oh,
Let's
sorry.
just keep it. Yeah, I think because I just saw her rip her headphones off and hold her head. Sorry, Abigail.
It's my actual headphones that are giving me a headache. So
Oh, it wasn't us
Lord,
yelling.
not the noise.
What kind of
Because I know
headphones
I
do you
can get
have?
high pitched when I get grumpy.
What kind of headphones do you have?
This is it. Yeah, I kind of have to like. I have
What
to wear
kind of-
headphones, otherwise there's echo. But they're gaming headphones, but it's the top bit that like digs into my skull. And just feels
If you
awful.
like, I don't know if you have Guitar Center, like a music, like a high-end music oriented, like for
Oh,
guitars,
look! I live in
keyboards,
Melbourne.
whatever.
We've got tons of shops like that around here.
Like in America, it's called Guitar Center. They cater to musicians and stuff. Their headphones are actually going to be like the price you pay for those are going to be like, worth what you're getting. You're not just paying for a brand
Yeah.
name.
Yeah, no.
Okay.
To get back to what Lisa was saying earlier, there, Yeah, no, and Lumi put it best. Trump's also told people to drink fucking bleach and all of this sort of shit. So the idea that Trump turns around and says that Antifa is a terrorist organization, where the FBI has already ruled that white supremacists are the worst domestic terrorists that exist in the United States right now, by far and fucking away. But it's
Yeah, but
Antifa
you
that we
didn't
need to
even
be worried about.
What
The-
really was what was
the
really
news
disturbing.
report.
Gecko, hold up.
What
Go
was
ahead,
really
Lisa.
disturbing about the whole thing was the fact that they asked him about QAnon, and it's like he wouldn't denounce QAnon. He said that he was very against pedophilia, and this is the he goes, I don't know what QAnon is. I just don't know. And the woman's like, yeah, you do. It's like, no, I don't. But I do know that they're very against pedophilia, and I agree with that.
Oh, so he knows what they are.
And it's like, it's like
Hey,
4chan
sorry
lost
to
its
cut you
mind
off.
going, that was the perfect answer. Because I'm reading
Hold
a
up a
book at
second,
the
Lisa.
moment. I'm reading a book at
Hold
the
up a
moment
second,
called...
Lisa.
Yeah.
Hold up. Go ahead,
I'm
Abigail.
just gonna. I can't wear these headphones anymore, so I'm just gonna get out of the stream for a bit until my
Maybe
migraine
some
needs treatment,
earbuds or
and-
something.
No worries. Abigail,
I'll
do what
see
you
what
need
I
to
can
do.
computer.
Yeah, do what you need to do, and
It's
hopefully
not
you
the
can get back in
sound,
with us.
it's the physical
Yeah,
Oh,
that's
they
pressure that
heard
the
your
headphones
actual
are putting
shit.
on the top of my head.
Abigail,
Yeah,
if
the
I
top
might,
of my
take
head.
care of yourself.
if I might make just
I'll
a
see you
quick
guys
suggestion.
soon.
Abigail, if I
Okay.
might just make a quick suggestion, just mute the webcam and the microphone, but leave yourself inside of the stream and see how you feel later on.
Okay, yeah. If you
If
want.
that's it's up to you. It's up to you. It's just an honest suggestion.
Sure. I'll stick around. I'll just mute the microphone then.
Yeah,
Put it
and
on
mute
the
the
main
mute,
speakers.
and mute the cam if you don't want us to see anything and whatnot, of course. But that way, later on, like if Andrew leaves and you still want to be part or whatever, then you could just come back straight back
Yeah.
in.
Yeah,
Okay.
so you can put it on the main speakers, but not have it on the headphones.
Don't Abigail will sort herself out. She's very, very smart. Yeah, no,
It's
sorry.
the physical sensation of the headphones.
Yeah.
causes
So
the problem.
Lisa,
Yeah.
you were talking about a book that you were reading. Sorry to cut you off there, darling.
Yeah, no, it's okay. Okay, so the whole thing is that I'm reading a book at the moment called The New Jim Crow. And The
Right.
New Jim Crow... Oh, you've read it?
Yes, I read it years ago when I was in
It's a really good book.
one of the readings we did.
It really kind of explains why Trump is doing what he's doing. Because it goes back to the history of America with, like, the racial segregation pretty much started in the Constitution. And just, like, it's really explaining how they use mass incarceration and criminal codes to create racial segregation. And it's like lower class whites in America. I hate even talking like that, but I'm just quoting the book. And basically they made it that if they made the laws so that way they wouldn't side with minorities to revolt. That's basically the layman's way of explaining it.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
what Trump is doing, since I've started reading this, I saw it and I was like, oh, what he's doing is actually appealing to very disenfranchised people who feel like they're victims when they're really not.
Mm.
Oh
And the
yeah,
truth is-
100%.
Yeah,
that's
he
what-
knows there's a lot of idiots out there.
Yeah.
And
Oh,
like
yeah.
Especially when
today,
the education system is so bad.
Oh, look, there's many indictments of the American education system. Trump being president is just the culmination of that.
hey dude, our one's going to go the same way if they try and up the fees for the arts
Oh,
courses.
don't.
Oh, yeah.
Look, I just crawled off one soapbox. Don't get me up on a fuck another one about the Australian
Hey.
educational system.
Believe it or not, we have an ally and the weirdest person, Jackie Lambie.
I know. I
Jackie-
was so surprised as a gender
When she-
non-conforming queer person to actually agree with Jackie Lambie hurt me a little.
Yeah, no,
Yeah, but
it
Jackie
is
Lambie's
crazy that like
she's very down
it's
the
more
line.
like- it's happening more and more often that I'm finding myself agreeing with her, and it's fucking scary.
Yeah, but
As
the thing
long
is,
as
though, you
she
got to
doesn't
understand
stray
something.
away
I
from
think
the Pauline Hanson type of shit and stops trying
No.
to blame other people from different minorities and just sticks with the fact that maybe we should be a country for all, not just for rich white people.
I
It's
actually
a
listened.
fucking thought, isn't it?
No, because I actually went on to Conversations on ABC, and they interviewed her at a university.
Ah,
And she is hilarious, and she's also she actually is quite left. That's what people don't realize. And she even
Oh no, I
admits
realise that she's
very
quite left.
right-leaning.
No,
Yeah,
can you listen
no,
to me? Can you listen
Yeah, sorry,
to
go
me?
ahead.
She even admits that she's not very educated. And that's
Mhm.
the thing. And
Yeah.
like she said, going to university scares the shit out of her. And if it wasn't for the army, she just probably would have ended up on the fucking welfare. And there was the fact that the army gave her education. And she was actually a driver. And when she was in basic training, she was pregnant and didn't even realize. Like the actual story of her life, like she worked in like Catherine in the hotel there, lived in like really remote communities, like comes from a really poor area in Tasmania, like ended up fucking herself in the army. And it was the fact that she got kicked out of medical discharge and had to fight the army for 10 years, went through massive depression, and just basically had a call in to go to Parliament to fight for them. She actually has a cause. And I think if you sat down with her and had a conversation with her, she probably would go, I'm really sorry, I shouldn't have said that. I just didn't think of that. Like she has got a lot of empathy, which I was really surprised. And this interview goes for about an hour. She's fucking hilarious. Like, I mean, she's just really direct. And she's like, oh yeah, you know, they're in Parliament, they'll all backstab you, or they don't even wait till you turn around. And she's very I do quite like her, actually. I was quite surprised. And I'm quite left myself. And she really is just like, this is fucked and we need to fight for people.
I'll say this for Jackie Lambie, and it's the same thing that I said for Kevin Rudd the second time that he was our PM after he took back over the reins from Gillard. Kevin Rudd was lambasted by quite a few people out there for doing an apparent backflip on same-sex marriage, because when he was running for the second time there, he was like, no, I'm all for same-sex marriage, whereas before he'd kind of non-answered that question every time, you know. And when he was on the Q&A panel, and that bloody that pastor that looks like an absolute fucking creep stands up and asks him that question. No, it wasn't. It was some pastor that was inside of the audience of Q&A that night that stood up and asked him the question about same-sex marriage and why he's apparently changed his mind on it. And Kevin Rudd just absolutely grills the shit out of him in the audience, and it's absolutely fantastic. Jackie Lambie in the past has said things that she regrets and has come out and said, I said X, I should not have said X. And I give her full credit for that, 100%. The first time that Jackie Lambie got my support, though, was well and truly before she'd ever had to make any of those fucking statements. And it was when she did an interview for a radio station in New South Wales they called Triple M. I don't know if they called something different elsewhere. But she was doing an interview for Triple M here, and they were talking about, you know, what kind of what the fuck, Andrew?
We're having a serious chat, and I just saw the zombie.
I just look up to the left, and it's like, what the fuck?
I'm guessing a blind tasting.
This is masquerade night.
Yeah, anyway, she was on Triple M, and they were saying, you know, what kind of a man do you want, or something along those lines. And, you know, basically she said a very, like, in a very joking, non-nuanced, very straightforward type of way, that the guy basically needed to have a big dick and a lot of money in order to make her interested. And, you know, there's no problems with somebody saying that, and yet the media was just like, oh, Jackie Lambie's being really inappropriate and all of this sort of stuff, and it's just like, hey,
you gotta go listen to this interview on Conversations in ABC, because she describes her father as a bloke who couldn't keep it in his pants, just like Barnaby couldn't keep it in his pants, and the whole place just fucking. She's very funny. I would like to actually meet her. I think she's quite good in the Senate.
I would happily sit down and have a beer with her. Yeah, I would happily sit down and have a beer with her, without a doubt. Kevin Rudd, basically anybody on the left, really. Like, I can't imagine if I had a beer in front of me and Tony Abbott sitting on the other side that I wouldn't glass the fucking wanker. So, you know, I would never sit down and have a beer with him because I could get put away for fucking assault. Like, you know.
Are you saying glasses and now I'm like an assault?
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay.
Like
sorry, very.
Is that like an Australian?
You smash it in their face.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's an Aussie thing. Yeah.
Like another shrimp on the Barbie.
No.
We don't call them effing shrimp.
No.
Okay, they are fucking prawns, and
They
we
are
do
prawns.
put prawns
I'm
in the barbie.
insulted.
And the
Okay.
thing is, like,
Oh,
Now, I
Oh,
did see the
God.
movie District 9. I know what a prawn is.
oh. They're the right. It's the right name for those things. They're not fucking shrimp. They're prawns.
exactly. Shrimp are the tiny little ones that mostly we import from like Vietnam and Thailand that are really cheap and are full of God knows what. Given if you've watched, there was an SBS show where they actually went through all the things that they put into the water over there. They're throwing sunscreen in there, so you're eating.
Shrimp is the good stuff. Prawns are not.
Prawns are the nice
Shrimp. They're the same fucking thing. No, it's yeah. No,
Although I will say in Texas, I've heard them called mud bugs before.
mud bugs. Yep,
What the hell is
Yep.
a mud bug?
prawn. Yeah,
Why?
that's an old school term. That
No,
one, mud bug.
I've lived in a house that's 250 miles away from the coast of the Gulf of Mexico, and I've dug up a prawn in the dirt, a mud bug.
Weird.
Okay.
Weird.
I don't know. I still maintain that one of the reasons why my wife agreed to marry me is that if we ever get a dish with prawns, I give her all of mine. I don't like the taste of them at all. And she loves prawns. So I maintain that she married me because she gets all of my prawns.
As
And-
a side to this, I will say I lived in California. There was a neat restaurant. You drove your car on a pier. To the end of the pier, there was a restaurant that had, clams and oysters as part of the menu.
Poor Abigail. I wish I could help you, darling.
prawns, but seafood related. I thought it was pretty neat.
Yeah, someone saying yabbies. I remember the first time that as a kid I saw a yabby. Those are the weirdest looking things.
Now, yabby, what's that? I've never heard that before.
I don't know how to describe a yabby.
Is it a crustacean?
Yeah,
Yeah, it's basically like a freshwater lobster.
yeah, that's
That's-
probably the best.
I think he's back.
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah,
Yeah,
I just got a text from my wife though. I'm keeping her up, so unfortunately, I'm going to need to jump out, guys. The poor thing needs to be up at 5:30 in the morning. So as much as I would love to hang out and chat with you, lovely people, all night, I must depart. So my love to you all, and
Yes.
please give Andrew my apologies for. Oh no, hang on, I'll wait for
He's
Andrew.
sitting down. Hang on.
he's
Yeah,
not
I'll
back.
wait for
I
Andrew.
have to ask Andrew, what was the blue colored table thing behind him? I don't know
Andrew,
if
we
you
have to
saw
ask,
it.
what was with the face mask?
Right. It was a blind taste test. I made one daiquiri with fresh lime juice and one daiquiri with Woolies supermarket brand bottled lime juice.
Oh yeah.
Because all the very snobby bartendery people are all very fresh is best. You can't use bottled. It's terrible. And I honestly had a lot of trouble telling them apart. And that's 1 ounce of lime juice in there. It's not a splash of lime juice. It's 30 mils.
Citric acid is really strong after all. I mean,
All right.
it has
So
its
just
taste.
I was just waiting for you to sit back down, Andrew. My wife's just let me know that I'm actually keeping her up, so I'm actually going to have to depart.
Okay.
But thank you
Thanks
for having me
letting
in.
me know.
Sorry that I can't hang around, guys. My love to you all. I hope you all have a fantastic night.
See
Oh, wait,
ya.
I'll watch you in the
Grasshopper, wait.
Bye.
Yeah, go ahead.
What
Yeah,
are
go.
you on Twitter or Facebook or what?
I'm on Facebook. I'll type into the private chat and StreamYard what to search for on Facebook if you want to add me, mate.
Cool.
All right. Okay, guys. My love to you all. Bye.
Bye.
Yeah. So, yes. So I did actually, I mean, it was a 50-50 chance to guess, but I did pick the fresh one. If I could describe it, it's like the citrus tang lasts longer on the palate with the fresh lime juice than it does with the bottled.
Mhm.
But the difference, in my opinion, is so small that when it got to the stage where limes were costing $2 or $3 each here, and this whole bottle only costs that much.
Our limes costing that much. Do you not have like lime orchards or whatever in Australia?
It's seasonal, and we just got into the worst season for limes in Australia.
Yeah.
When it's peak lime season in Australia, they're dirt cheap. They're like literally 10 times cheaper. But when you get to the worst,
on that, I'd send you some limes from here.
It's the import costs that. See, at other times of the year, the limes have to be imported.
I just say they're toys on the sheet.
That's what I saw actually. That's just made me think of. I was watching one of those border security things where they check packages coming in through like the international airports, and these people. I thought it was reasonably clever, but I was also like, are you not going to think that this has a different density and will show up differently on a scan than the ashes? But they put cocaine into an urn, and so they're scanning the urn and they're like, well, that's weird. It's showing up weirdly. And then they tested the outside of the urn and it showed up as positive for cocaine. And then they couldn't remove the lid because it was so glued on. So okay, obviously this is dodgy. So they had to drill into the base of it. They had like 4 kilos of coke in there. It was worth like a couple of million.
Nice.
I still have to send you Everclear.
Everclear will get stopped at the border. So it's not worth the effort, really, with what it would cost you in postage, and it'll just get stopped at the border because...
But will it? If I mark it as toys, I put some clean Kinder eggs in there.
Our border security is so intense.
It's super intense.
Hey, Lisa,
makeup that's been dug through, and like they've clearly like scraped out bits to test it. There's one particular brand of white eyeshadow that everyone I know who's ordered it has always had that tested for drugs. And it's like, eyeshadow. They just do a really good white. We're not trying to do
they test it for drugs, but do they test it for alcohol?
Yeah.
I have to ask you, Lisa. You've got some great bookshelves there.
Yeah, I've actually got a whole studio as well. I've got loads of shit in there. Yeah, I've got all my Doctor Who and I've got all my Star Trek stuff, and I've got like a whole bunch of reference books and everything there. And I'll take you into where I actually film I actually do regular YouTube videos now. It's a freaking miracle.
Wow.
Christmas miracle.
Everything's a miracle. Yeah, I'm over. Yeah, so here we go. Shit. How do I turn this around?
Yeah.
How do you turn it around, Cam?
I don't know.
I'm on a computer. I don't know. I'm not on a phone.
Yeah.
I wish I had the bookshelf
Here we go.
because I had more crap for my
It'll
stuff.
turn around. It's supposed to turn around. There.
Oh yeah, there you go.
Oh, that looks cool.
Oh, that's
Yeah, this is the studio stuff. So there's all my.
You got a lot of prints. Did you print those yourself or?
No, these are all from conventions I've collected over the years.
I was
It's
going
so
through
many.
convention stuff the other day and realizing that now I'm
Andrew.
going to get everything re-signed in my new name.
Oh, right. Oh, nice. Excellent sign. I love it.
I've
You like
got a
that?
printer. I actually
You like
print
this
all
one?
Oh, that one.
That's
It's a beautiful thing.
It's a beautiful thing. And then we've got
Please.
we've got the beauty corner, which
The
is
pink
just
corner.
loads of makeup and shit.
It's a beautiful.
And it's just amazing. And wall of positivity, so I don't try and shoot myself in the middle of all this. And
Well, that's a positive, yes.
I think you'll like my cup collection if you want to see that. See?
I wish I had the shelf space you had because I've got so much crap.
I think this
There's
one's
a
good too.
theme.
I mean, that's the best cup I got.
Gordon Ramsay.
Piss off.
Is that Ramsey or Trump?
That's Ramsey. I would not
It
have
did
Trump.
kind of look like Trump, but it's too skinny for Trump. Yeah.
This one's a good one.
He's got the kind of Trump has kind of a mushed in.
Oh, that's fuck, yeah.
He's got kind of like Elvis lips, you know, where it's like mushed in.
There's that one. And then this is one of my favorite ones, which I love. I've actually had this in videos.
Oh my break. Nice.
That's
nice.
No.
I can't miss the Pokemon cup you've got there.
Oh yeah, hang on. It's not a cup. It's actually
mug. Sorry.
Well, you mean this one?
Yeah.
That's not actually a cup. That's actually a can of Pokemon soft drink. It's called Ocean Bomb.
Everyone has
It's actual soft drink.
but nobody likes Digimon like me.
Who did that come from?
Digimon.
That could have been like Pokemon Go. But if,
I'm gonna grab.
What kind of promotion would that have come from?
I got it in a collectibles shop in Sydney. So they actually imported it from Japan.
Wow.
Yeah, down
So
at my local Asian markets.
I got Greymon.
Digimon.
Yay!
Like, I actually found a figure. I'm not going to go try to find it right now. It's Dialga. I found it, like, by the dumpster. I thought it was pretty funny. Yeah, there's a bunch of other toys there. Someone threw out.
I'll show you my nerdy thing that I got the other day. It's a D20 live.
Oh!
Now I want another one for the other side of the TV because then it's balanced.
You've got
Yeah,
a
true.
giant D20. I think that's funny because I have a bunch of tiny D6s. like literally the D6s that are probably 5 millimeters big.
Yeah. Well, look, guys, I'm going to head off because I need to go to work tomorrow.
Oh, that's fair. Thanks for dropping in.
No, thanks for having me. It's just nice to talk to some other people.
Yes, that's what it's all
Yes. Live long and prosper, Abby. Live long and prosper. All right. Bye, guys.
about. Bye. I'm just looking up themes for my cocktails for next
It's
week.
not in red now.
Oh,
Yeah.
You're still a little bit red.
Still pink, but not as bright red.
The passage of time.
What's going on in the back corner of your wall there?
Oh, that over that corner is the things that I need to either donate to charity or take to, because like my local recycling center accept electronics, but Bunnings does, so I've got to go to Bunnings to get rid of some old electronics. It's the corner where everything's ended up until I can figure out how to donate everything because I don't drive and I don't own a car, so it's been interesting.
So I've got some old stuff here that I've come across recently.
that looks ancient.
Oh, whoa.
This is a fanless video card. It is
Wow, that's old.
I forget, was it it's an AMD Radeon 7670. Sorry, 7660.
I wonder how old that is.
1 gig of RAM.
Oh, that's pretty old. Wow.
And I've got an even older one here.
Oh, wow, that is.
And it is also, it's a GeForce
Yeah. NVIDIA.
GTS S, not X, 250,
Wow.
260, sorry.
That's a throwback right there, son.
I don't
I
know.
was playing around with it in my my computer, which is a cable management travesty. You know, I've got wire nuts here because at the time I didn't have enough video cards.
Michelle's losing her mind.
Just leave it as it is. It'll be fine.
You can't see it on the video. It's a 1050. I've got a 10-year-old CPU. It is a Phenom X6.
You know,
X6 1100T. I've got the 16 gigabytes of RAM. I've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 hard drives and a optical drive.
Yeah, I'm going to call that a computer emergency.
I would love
so many props that I could just pull out at a moment's notice.
I would love to be able to buy the new Ryzen system, but at this point, I need to find a job first.
That's fair.
That's where my computer got back in 2008 when everyone was telling me I had to build a PC. And when my computer got to that point, I threw it in the trash and I went to the Apple store and I bought a Mac. And I've never worked on my own computer since. It was.
I have to say though, this
thing
is a workhorse. It has been rock solid for the 11 years or 10 years or whatever that I built it. It is very solid.
Yeah. I'm just happy with my Microsoft Surface. I can take it to uni. I can use it for stuff at home.
Oh, I see you're mortifying Abigail with your lack of cable management in there. It's just terrible. That's how you know you're a hardcore nerd when cable management is your mantra.
Yeah, actually, you know that's really interesting because I would always tell people back in like 2008 when I just swore off Windows for life that if Microsoft made their own computer and had a store I could go to have it fixed, then I would have a Microsoft computer. And that didn't happen. Now they have one. So
Microsoft Surface, look, I've had mine for 2 years. And because I mostly use my computer for study and for stuff like this. And then like occasionally I hook it up to the TV to stream stuff. But other than that, I don't use it for gaming or anything. So I didn't need anything with a bigger like drive to push that kind of higher level of imagery. So mine's mostly for study.
Yeah, I mean it's gonna work great because it's built by Microsoft for their operating system, just like my iMac is built for Apple. I'm a video.
The Surface is too expensive. Look, as a law student, I am the odd one out because so many Silver Spoon law students have a Mac because their parents paid for it.
You can get MacBook Airs for very cheap. It depends on what you need.
But it's also the thing is though with law school though, there is a lot of the Silver Spoon kids, and it's their parents are paid for everything, and it's I'm there going. I work a full-time job to be able to afford the luxury of study.
And I guarantee you, all those computers are like super low. They're the $5,000 versions, and all they do is type emails on it.
Exactly.
I'm a working editor, videographer, so I literally have like this iMac has kept me with some income on top of my unemployment for the past 6 months.
Yeah, and that's the thing. Like, I know friends who do like video editing and that kind of thing. A couple of friends who work within like editing and publishing for companies in South Australia, and because they have Macs, that's been the only reason they've been able to work from home, because if they didn't have capability at home, they would have had to just see if they were able to get sent.
Yeah, you have to be able to call somebody and get it fixed like that. There's no time, because every time it's down, you're not making money.
Exactly.
You know, the new Mac Pro is a travesty if you just buy the base edition.
File's stupid. No, there's no point.
It's like,
I tell you what, son, if I could, I'd get me the rack-mounted MacBook Pro. Oh my god!
No, hang on. Wait, I've got something. Hang on.
Well, you know what? I've had Macs so long. I remember what was the first Mac I used? I think it was like the PowerPC all-in-one Mac from like Hi Safa.
Hi Safa.
And everyone was freaking out because it had a CD drive.
Ooh, wow. My god! I remember when CD drives were exciting. Oh.
The computer screen was still black and white, but I had a CD drive.
Do you remember the joke about someone in the office who's not very computer savvy calling the help desk to complain the drink holder on their computer's broken?
Now, I actually have a story about that. I know, Angry Aussie, you've seen IRC.
Yes.
You've been on IRC. I've
Yes.
been in a Windows support chat room since the late 90s. And I had some child, like a teenager, come into the channel saying, my parents are going to be pissed. I broke the CD-ROM drive because I thought it was a coffee cup holder.
Oh, damn. Yeah.
I told them, look, just call your parents, say, I messed up. I said the CD-ROM, they're going to be less pissed off by the time they get home if you just tell them the truth.
I mean, to be fair, it can be very effective.
Now, if you're talking about old Macs, I've got a product here. It's not an old Mac. It's an old rack.
Right.
Oh, that's an old piece of equipment there, son.
Yeah.
I don't know what that is.
It's like a server.
It's a Cobalt Rack 3, RAQ 3.
I don't know computers.
No, the cup holder thing, you know that reminds me of? I don't know if it's Final Destination 1 or one of the later ones, but there's like this teacher and she like has like a cup with a bunch of condensation on it. She puts it on top of her computer monitor. And then and this is like a 90s movie, and then all of a sudden the computer monitor like blows up and like electrocutes 7 ways. And she's like holding a knife because she was coming back from the kitchen, and the knife falls in her, and the computer falls on her and blows her up.
Oh my god, I love those movies because they're so ridiculous.
And then for years, my grandmother would not leave that if she saw a computer on in the house, she would go unplug it because she didn't want it to electrocute somebody. And I was editing a project just out of college, and I was staying at my grandma's house for a couple of weeks, and I saved the project and I left. And then when I came back, my computer was off. And so when I turned my computer on, it was I got error messages and everything. The fucking hard drive was all scrambled, and I lost all the I had to pay somebody back like $400. I was so upset. But she was like, there was a cup right next to this computer and it was on, and I don't like that.
I have to say,
back then, poor thing.
If you've ever heard of like appliance servers or Mr. Coffee servers, this is basically where that came from.
Okay.
So Cobalt.
Yeah.
It was kind of a tragic story. The Cobalt Rack servers. Sun Microsystems bought Cobalt Rack, or bought the Cobalt brand, and just decided to end of life their products shortly after they bought it. So they kind of ended them.
I made it.
Made it.
Welcome.
Bunny ears and all.
All the bunny ears. Nice. Okay.
Using my mom's laptop that's half the size of mine.
But it works, so you're there.
You know what? That's what matters. It worked.
Yeah. And there's Abigail asking why you have so much gear, Gecko. Gecko's a collector. Gecko saves stuff that other people have cast aside.
No, I actually, it's not just cast aside. I will say that this device is actually the first web server I had a website on.
You actually run your own web server?
Yeah, I paid somebody, $150 a month to host my website back in 1999.
Oh, now that's awesome.
Oh my god.
And this is the actual physical hardware that ran on. I bought it from him like 3 years or 4 years later, after he decided it wasn't worth his time to do that anymore.
I finally got the internet at my house, and when I was like, I think 12 in 2000, 2001. But first time I saw and used the internet was in 1994. I was 5, and I had a mentor at the community center who took me to the law school, the local law school, and they had this like state-of-the-art Macintosh Apple computer lab, and I was like, oh my god, it's Apples! And I was a poor kid, so I'm like, it's an Apple computer, must be amazing. And I think they were like, what was it? I think the astrology department was like receiving the stills of the impact the asteroid made with Jupiter, and NASA was sending out the stills finally after like a week.
Was that was Hale-Bopp, right?
And no, I think I'm not sure. It might be kept.
Where the asteroid broke up into like 8 or 10 different pieces.
And like hit Jupiter over and over and kept moving. And
It was Shoemaker Levy 9.
Shoemaker, yeah, that's the one.
And I was like, I have to get the internet. This is so cool. Oh my god, this is so amazing. That's all I talked about for like 4 years, and then 4 or 5 years, and then finally my parents got me a secondhand computer and actually plugged it into the internet. I was like,
yeah. Thank you, Abigail. That was correct. The Shoemaker one, not Hale-Bopp.
I think you all missed how much Abigail shook her head when you said the wrong asteroid name. It's just like, no.
It was this. This is the reason I got it wrong.
That's fair.
First thing that I used the internet for was Neopets.
It wasn't an asteroid. It was a comet.
Sorry. See, it wasn't even an asteroid. It was a comet.
Like I said, I haven't looked this up in 20 plus years. I'm sorry.
No, I remember the first computer I ever had was probably an IBM. It was a desk-sized device with 2 8-inch floppies and a mirror. It was a monitor was built into the desk, and it had a mirror that reflected. But it was I found it later, recently. It was actually only really a terminal for a larger system. Mm-hmm. I didn't really got to do anything. Then later on, I got a VIC-20. But the first time I got an internet, Commodore VIC-20.
Oh, my cousin had one of those when I was like 6. He gave it to me, and I pushed the numbers in. The TV did the thing. It was so cool.
There were lots of cards that plugged into the back or whatever. The first time I ever got on the internet was in middle school in 1997, I think. No, 1994. They had Mac or Apple IIs connected to a modem, connected to something. I don't know.
I tell you what, it takes everything I have, and I get an email from eBay, and I click on it, and if there's any Macintosh from the 90s, I'm just all like, don't buy it, don't buy it, don't buy it.
There's a guy on YouTube who's recently acquired a Apple II that has been working on repairing it or restoring it.
Yeah. We had those when I was in high school. I played on an Apple II in high school.
Lucky bastard.
Yeah, the Apple II for me was also high school and middle school, and it was always Print Shop Pro, where you had the 4-color Apple printer. The dot matrix 4-color printer. And you could print the long banners on the paper with the holes on the side.
Right.
You could make the long banners.
I have some of that paper in my workplace.
Yeah,
but we also still use a DOS interfacing system for some of our systems.
Oh my god.
Government.
Yeah, no, because for me, the Apple II was a computer in the corner that was always broken that I could never turn on, so it's always fascinated me.
Now, I remember.
You want to turn on the 10-year-old computer, Chris? It doesn't work. There's no point. What is an Apple thing?
I remember being in school. I was the kid that did the computers. I did the presentation it was my thing. To do the presentation on the computer. I was here's the inside of the computer. This processor is the CPU. I'm I really, thinking back, I really didn't know that was a CPU. I was this is the biggest chip in the computer. That's got to be it, right?
But now,
That's good logic. That's good logic.
yeah, but see now,
Process of elimination.
yeah, now I just collect old cameras. I got a shelf here, old cameras. In fact,
I'm trying to stop collecting things because it made moving into a place 18 months ago very difficult. So I'm now decluttering a lot of my collections.
You gotta know when to throw away the junk that you never. It's like the hoarder thing, right? You're like,
yeah,
I'm a hoarder, but you realize your order, like, you gotta put it in here. Just like, I'm never gonna use this crap. Get rid of it.
yeah. So like, I've got pop vinyls that now I'm looking at selling.
Don't tell me that's a VHS camera.
my friend,
Oh, it looks like the cameras that we had at media in high school.
Oh,
Yeah.
is that a pre-CCD camera?
it is, and it's a mini DV professional camera. Do you know what this camera is?
I would say that is a JVC 3CCD, very expensive camera.
Well,
Probably got a really good lens.
it has an amazing lens. The lens actually sells for $500 still, but
Yeah.
that's not the point. The point is that
Honestly, I would say that's a very good camera, even for its age. It's still a very good camera.
so this camera here filmed.
That's the hoarder in me talking.
But it filmed what?
This filmed the first season of basketball at my community college. I used to do it before in high school about 7 years earlier.
Wow.
In our studio, and then the TV station that I interned for just gave us these cameras to use. Now they were pretty old by then, but we use these puppies. This is a black and white viewfinder.
Yes.
You don't need color, really. You really.
That helps you focus so much. And
It's all for the frame and the focus.
these filters.
Oh, that's right. Sorry, Kirsten's saying good night because she has to work. I have a holiday because I'm in Melbourne. But Kirsten moved to Sydney, so she doesn't have a holiday. Good night, Kirsten.
No,
I'm
Kirsten.
sorry. What holiday do you have, Angry?
For the football grand final,
Yeah,
which
grand
is
final.
stupid as hell.
Football grand final is a holiday?
So is the horse race, dude. In another
Grand
week,
final off.
in another week, we have a public holiday for a fucking horse race.
You have
So-
public holidays for football and horse race.
We don't get the public holiday for the cup, but our workplace does a sort of spread every year where we just get get chicken and chips, and
Yeah.
everyone chips in. And I don't think many people went into the sweepstakes this year. I don't think we have enough staff to bother with the sweepstakes this year.
No.
Don't gamble.
And also, just to clarify with the public holidays, every state has a certain number of gazetted public holidays,
Yeah.
and they have a certain amount of freedom in when they place them and what they call them. So,
We have Labor Day.
quite a while ago, one of the public holidays was for Metro Melbourne. Was made Melbourne Cup Day, the big horse race. And only a few years ago, the Premier decided
Thanks to Dan Andrews.
Dan Andrews decided to make the Friday before the football grand final public holiday, because there was always a big parade in the city. So if it was a public holiday, a lot of people could come out for the parade. But yeah, he just basically moved another gazetted holiday and said, okay, that holiday doesn't exist there anymore. Now it's the Friday before the grand final is a public holiday.
It's weird. For the Melbourne Cup, Wodonga doesn't have it on the same day as Melbourne. We have it in late November, which is weird.
Yeah. Yeah. Regional Victoria has a gazetted public holiday, but they have it on a different day. What's that, Gecko?
It says
Be right back.
I'll be right back, of course, yeah. Kirsten's getting mocked by her husband because although they live in Sydney, he actually does get the day off tomorrow. So he's mocking her because she has to go to work tomorrow, which is cruel but fair. Cruel but fair.
I'm going back into Victoria, so hopefully the buses will be working.
Yeah, hopefully.
Good luck with that. Fuck public transport, man. I am not getting on fucking public
I'm in
transport.
regional Vic.
Transport recently, and because I have my N95 medical respirator, it's perfectly safe.
I've got an N95.
You just freak
in
everyone
South
else out.
Australia, one of the initiatives that our government came up with, because health workers were required to go to work because they're essential, and those of us who have to go by public transport, there was reduced services and there weren't many people on it. So they kind of decided that we would get free public transport for our commutes.
Nice.
And it's been going fine so far. This has been in place since April, and it's just during the pandemic, so we don't really know when it's going to end. But until SA Health tells me so,
Yeah, I was
I'm
going to say,
going
aren't you in Adelaide?
for free. And in the last week, I've had 2 different drivers try to tell me that I have to be a uniformed person to do that, to which I pointed out, okay, so do you understand the difference between PTS, ESS, non-emergency, emergency, a paramedic, an ambulance officer, support services, administrative, executive, all the different departments in my workplace? No. Okay, so do you understand that vast majority of us in support services are ununiformed? No. So how are you expecting me to wear a green uniform when I am not clinical? It's literally not something I'm provided.
Yeah, that's interesting. That kind of stuff happens here a lot. But here what they've done is they have like social distances and everything. So like you can only usually the bendy buses here, the express buses, they can fit like almost 200 people on them, but now they can only fit.
Is it 2 meters? Is it 2 meters in the States? What's the distance? What's the social distance in the States?
It's differentiating on every state, but here, because you all just want to kill each other really quickly. But in Washington, it's not, you cannot get on without a mask. But I tell you what, in some places there is no social distancing, and you don't even have to wear a mask. So just get on in there, boys.
Oh,
yeah,
no.
I don't have to wear masks outside in New South Wales.
Yeah, in South Australia, masks aren't required, but we've also had like 0 active cases that aren't in isolation for a long period of time.
I'll be right back.
Yeah.
Thing back.
Chris,
I will return. Hold on.
No, she's lugging that 10-ton camera off to another.
Imagine what a modern camera would fit in that 10-ton cameras these days.
Yeah,
16K big red one.
What modern small cameras can't match, that camera has an exceptionally good lens.
Does it still work, Chris?
First off,
does that camera still work?
I'm preserving those cameras, so yes, that camera that was manufactured in 2002 still works. It's very difficult to keep working, but it works.
Because you need the tapes, you need the DV tapes for it, don't you?
No, well, see, it's a professional studio camera, so you can just plug it into whatever you want.
Neat.
Yeah.
So,
yeah. First kitty cat of the evening. Oh yeah, geckos decided we're all disease carriers. That's fair.
And then
I don't want to give you guys the COVID, right?
Yeah, and then so yeah, I have like 5. I have a Panasonic robotic camera. One of the first cameras that was really given to regular studios. It wasn't like hundreds of thousands of dollars, so I have that. But there's no way to control it. And so that one worked last time it was in the studio. The lens was clean. Then I got my first high definition camera, and then I got my broken EX1, which is a shame. That Southwest Airlines decided to rip that in half when they did a security check. I don't know how they ripped the handle off the camera, but they managed to do that. So that was, and it was in a padded like case too. So I don't know what they did, but you know what? They gave me a $50 voucher.
I mean, even the early VHS camcorders, like from Panasonic or whatever, came in padded cases.
Yeah. In professional video, we used Betacam, and then we used DV, and then we used mini DV. VHS wasn't a professional thing. I was like,
and I know what you mean by Betacam. You're not talking about Betamax. You're talking about Betacam, like the big Betacam cassettes.
Yeah. Oh, and someone said something about small cameras. Using a small camera to film a basketball game, if you're not on a tripod, is a nightmare because your wrist wants to just rip off your arm. So having the camera just sit on your shoulder comfortably and a small camera to film a basketball game, if you're not on a tripod.
Tiny, hello.
Yeah, it's either be on your wrist, like you have Parkinson's, or be on your shoulder.
Yeah, at least that's the other day. It dawned on me today that I'm probably not going to film any sports until next year, and that really made me kind of sad.
Now, Charlie, or sorry, Chris, you reminded me of 8th grade. When I was in 8th grade, I got into the video production, like club or whatever. And we did like a video yearbook. Like I was in, no, I'm sorry, I take that back. 7th grade.
Right. So
I got in there a year early because I was such a nerd. I got into video production, and I got to do the video yearbook.
Yeah. I was just saying, so, okay, there's someone wanting to come in. I'm going to let them in. I think I know who it is. They're using a funny username, and I will just warn you ahead of time, if you act like a dickhead with your funny username, I will ban you, and that means you'll be banned under your usual account, because I'm pretty sure I know who this is, but I'll although I think they're going audio only. But
of course.
It's Shane McBairy. So just warning you that I will ban without hesitation. So yeah. Because I'm brutal.
I mean, can it really be any worse than...
That was quick.
They were scared of getting banned, basically. So
I was going to say, did you ban them, or that was a quick ban?
No, they ran away because they were scared I was going to ban them.
I said, can it be any worse than what we've got going on here? But apparently, yes. The answer is yes.
I did get a silly troll comment recently on a video, because you could see the booze in the background. And I'll actually read it for you because I just thought they were funny. They were like, "Oh, you made me sad. The booze to apartment ratio is way off. I feel like you spend more on alcohol than rent." And I just replied, "Yeah, just because you're poor trash." It's just something.
Oh. I mean, how much can you say?
You know what?
The booze is different when you've got.
I'm gonna go here, and I'm gonna sort out some comments on my channel, and we're gonna see. Gonna look at some comments here.
All right, yeah, that was just kind of funny. Someone who, I don't know, they thought they were being funny or something. I was going, dude, all you're saying is that you're poor trash and you can't afford to buy booze, so fuck off. Yeah, I don't know. Was that baked beans?
No, this is actually a mild picante sauce. My only regret is that it is not extra mild, because I'm a weakling when it comes to hot sauces.
No. I need white person mild. That's
I've got a story about hot sauces and stuff. I went to a Chinese restaurant in Texas. And sadly, Texas has bad Chinese restaurants. They call them Chinese restaurants. A lot of times they're buffets.
Yeah.
I gotta check my comments more often. There's some gold here.
And in this
sorry.
buffet Chinese restaurant, they had deviled eggs. And I realized
in a Chinese restaurant. Oh my god!
They were just hard-boiled eggs that were cut in half.
Yeah,
and they had the powder, the red powder, paprika on them.
Yeah, but they didn't have any cream.
No, it wasn't that. You know, I ate them, and I realized that's not paprika.
Oh, that was chili.
Chili powder.
Oh no! Oh no!
And then
that's not how you make those.
No, it's not.
My face was on fire.
Mm-hmm.
Oh man!
For probably 5 to 10 minutes.
That's
damn.
That's funny.
And that's not the end of the story. You know, I've got this thing where my face turns on fire, and I start laughing. Because of the pain. Because of the pain of the fire, I start laughing uncontrollably.
Yeah.
Probably 4 months later, maybe 4 months later, I go back to this restaurant. I forgot.
You forgot that they put chili powder on them. Oh dear. Oh no.
That's forgot.
You should forget. No.
I tried to. I was like, "Oh, this is familiar."
This happened before.
Deja vu.
Like before.
Oh god. I had a thing in a Thai restaurant because Thai food is notoriously spicy, and I got something that I thought I could handle.
Right.
And it was a chicken dish, and it had been cooked in chili, but I'm like, okay, I can see the bits of chili, and I'll push them off to the side.
Mm-hmm.
And the chicken was really yummy, and it was like crispy skin and stuff. And I picked up a bit of what I thought was crispy chicken skin that was about this long. Turned out it was a fried chili, and it was about this long. And I put it in my mouth, and I went, I've made a horrible mistake. And there wasn't anything to drink on the table, nothing. And I'm madly waving down the wait staff, like, I need water, like now. I need water now. No, but I needed something. I'm just like
milk or cheese.
Yeah.
Yes,
Fat.
a dairy product nullifies it usually.
Coconut rice.
Oh man.
Coconut rice.
The worst part
Something
is
fatty.
the worst part is this was in Texas. I live in Texas, and everybody's like, you're such a weakling.
Yeah,
I'm like, yeah, I know. Thank you. I know I'm worth this. Thank you.
I hear some of these comments because we got some gold here. So, first one I see here is the first comment I've gotten in like one of my first 5 comments is, thanks for the constant loud music in your video. Somewhere in there is a camera review, I think. LOL. And then another one down here is, thanks to Amazon Prime, 4 reviews, 4 comments, only 999,000 more to go. I don't know what that is, but that's in there. Because I had a proposal video from a couple years ago on here from my ex 8 months ago. Said you broke up with her. She's a great person, unlike you.
Damn. Okay.
And then down here we got some new ones, which is like, I used to think that white people were smart. It's just a loser conference on this channel.
Oh wow, Jesus! You brought them out of the woodwork there.
God, yeah. Then we got another one.
Got enemies.
We got another one that says, "Please love me." I don't know what that is. And then what else is it? So that's what I got so far. And we got.
Hey, that's pretty straightforward.
Yeah, we got some sweet. Why do I keep these like links to click? Should I click on these links that say upload link?
Yeah, probably not. Probably not.
And then,
well, if you're gonna upload anything, you got to troll them with something that's gonna be worth, trolling them. Something like some hardcore, something.
We have some held for review. Oh, are we about likely spam? Oh, we got likely spam. I got a lot of Russian comments. They have a lot of links. Should I click it? Should I click the link?
Yeah, you absolutely should. That won't put malware on your computer. It's completely safe.
Yeah, I'm gonna
only do that in a virtual machine, and go to town. If you're in a virtual machine,
have it quarantined. Yeah.
Sandbox.
I think the worst comment I ever got in any one of my videos was someone said, "Why is this Down syndrome kid trying to act smart?" That's probably the worst one I ever got. And then the second worst one I ever got was, why does this guy look like the pedophile who lives down the street?
Oh my God.
I've only 2 things.
To just labeling people as pedophiles or all that. Like, it's something that I just the other night was listening, unfortunately, because COVID seating restrictions in the place that was hosting the event decided to book tables on top of the 3 pages of free RSVPs for this event, so there weren't enough seats. But we had a talk. There was a talk that I was able to listen into the live stream of of a South Australian forensic psychologist talking about psychopathy and how
Mm.
that's misused commonly.
Oh,
what the
yes.
different
Yeah.
clinical diagnosis is and all that. And it is something that just drives me nuts. People do it all the time with clinical diagnoses that they don't understand,
Mm.
and they just whack it on something. It's like, just shut up. You don't sound smart because you're using a big word.
Yeah, although to be fair, the first time I was called a sex offender or a child when I was 12, hanging out with my cousin because I was 6'5" or 12.
You're terrible, Charlie.
My own age, they were like,
Charlie and the dog butt.
child molester. He's like, you taking on kids. What the hell's wrong with you?
So Chris is talking about people calling the child molester and Charlie showing his dog butt. It's like, oh my god.
I've
Yes,
only
exactly.
two things. I've only
He's
two things to
He's
say,
biting at the toy shelf.
and it's completely. I'm sorry, it's
I've got to pick
unrelated
another
to the stuff. Walmart for a while had extra mild sauce. I'm sorry, I haven't been able to find it for a while at Purple Caps. And the other thing is Heine. You got print. Did you print that yourself?
Your framed print.
My frame print behind me.
Tiny, is that a print of your own?
Did you print that yourself?
Not my own photo. That's
Yeah.
actually me in when I was 3 years old. And I can,
Oh, it's a baby photo. That's cute.
baby.
yeah, at the cockpit of a Hercules aeroplane.
Oh,
And,
how cool.
Because my grandfather used to fly in Hercules between New Zealand and Antarctica.
Nice, very nice.
Oh,
I haven't been actually on the Hercules. I've been on the jet end of. I've flown in the jet end version of that, the C-17.
Okay.
Global Constellation C-17 are really. I've heard of it. I've heard of most jet planes. Like
Yeah, I was in the U.S. Army for 10 years, so I was in the
And you survived
C-17,
yeah, the
but
Army's
not
allowed
the C-130.
and yeah, they can't have any other planes like those.
Get off!
But they've
I got
got
to
a,
fly in the UH-1 Huey. That was pretty cool.
the Huey
That's
is
a big
cool.
helicopter.
Yeah,
I
okay.
just noticed in the chat.
I have to have it. Like I'm noticing a lot in people's videos now. You know, if they have a print or whatever, because now I have a printer that can print 42-inch wide photo quality prints. So it's kind of like in my mind now,
Yeah,
and I
that's
kind of
fair.
notice. I'm
One of
starting
those
to know.
inkjet printers, is it?
It is a 44-inch wide printer that'll print at 1200 DPI.
Wow.
It's a big old printer. Sorry, I just noticed Annette in the chat has been scanning through Netflix, apparently found a show called Please Like Me, which is actually Josh Thomas'
Josh
show.
Thomas.
Yes.
That was done for ABC in Australia and
Back
has
in the day.
recently been on-sold to Netflix. It's a couple years old now. It's actually pretty good. I mean, it's down to your personal taste, of course.
Yeah.
But,
I
it's
find
pretty
it
good.
a bit stereotypical
has
whiny
been in it.
in the UK, and like we've got enough of that representation in the media. Can we maybe give a gay step, please?
Oh my god, how cute is Baby Heine? How cute is
Aw.
Baby Heine?
You can see
Look
on
at
the seat there. That's the actual. You can see like the steering column
Yeah.
Yeah,
down corner.
yeah.
Yeah. So on a Hercules
Oh, yeah.
plane, and I was certainly a charismatic little boy.
Too little to fly in that photo.
Not sure he's the
That's
pilot.
pretty
now.
cool. I'm gonna have to go now grab some of the prints that I've printed out of my
Okay.
fancy
I like your
printer.
prints, actually.
will,
I just wanted
I'll
to say
be right
before I head off, because I will have to call it a night because I don't have a public holiday tomorrow. But
Well,
in talking about spicy food,
I don't have a job, so I'm here all night.
last year.
I don't have a job, so I'm here all night.
But in terms of like with spice, I last year tried making my own kimchi from a proper Korean recipe for the first time, and I love. So I believe her name's Mong Chi, and she's on YouTube.
Okay.
She said and she's like putting in the chilies, and she goes, "But I use this much because I like it really spicy."
so maybe only use half. And I was like, I'm going to use a quarter. But a quarter was not spicy enough for me, so I used a half, and that was about right. But the longer that develops in the fridge, the spicier it gets.
Oh,
Ah.
very nice.
So if you
Now,
leave it there
wait,
too long,
before
it
you leave,
becomes way too spicy for me, and then I have to like take it to work and be like, right, who wants some kimchi?
Because getting too
before you leave, I have to say that for me, well, I have to say two things. Spice for me has a cumulative effect. The more I eat it, the hotter it gets, and I have to take a break.
Yeah.
The second thing is for Thai food. There's a I think that's a dessert. They call it mee krab.
Yes,
It's like a crunchy noodle that is sweet and it is delicious. I haven't had it for a long time because in Texas I can't find a place that has it.
Well, you are in Texas, so they're pretty uncalled. I'm kidding.
No, you're not kidding. You're right.
You know what? You know what's killing me right now? It is 39 degrees outside. Where I
God
live.
damn.
We don't know that.
There is
Conversion,
no.
please.
All right, the door in my room is just closed. Right, I got all my candles turned off. Yeah, I say turned off, and I am sweating to death. So I am.
That's 4 degrees Celsius. Yikes.
39-degree
That's
west. I'm on
cold.
the third floor of an apartment building, so I think I'm slowly starting to realize that we're not going to have a heating bill.
You get everyone else's heat. That's fair.
So
That's living
Yeah,
Texas.
because heat rises, so you're just gonna get all the heat from them.
Man, my electric bill is already cheap because we're all hydroelectric dams, but man, it's going to get even cheaper.
Our electricity is expensive.
Now, I will be right back. I'm going to go find this picture actually printed from military. So whatever.
All
Ooh,
right, I
military
head
dam.
off. Have a good
All right.
night, all.
Thanks for dropping in, Salumi. See you again sometime.
See you
Tomorrow.
next time.
Bye. So I was talking about the watching. We were all deciding that Please Like Me is a bit cringe. Megalit, you watched Upload this week. I enjoyed Upload. It's pretty light. For those who've never seen it, it's on Amazon Prime, and it's basically a version of the afterlife where your consciousness is uploaded, but it's run by a corporation. So the VR is really shitty.
Amazon Web Service.
It's fun. It's very light. It's comedy. There's some really fun stuff that they do with technology because it's meant to be in our future, but not that far off. But they're just all these little changes to technology. Oh, these military prints you've got there.
He's got satellite dish.
Now, my job in the military is voice and data communication, so it's natural that there's a satellite dish. This isn't all of the team.
Oops.
Just don't give him way too much info like Assange did, or you'll be in jail.
Yes. Don't accidentally tell us any sort of SIGINT secrets.
There's no secrets here.
If I may, this is my brother in the army.
Yeah. Oh, looking sexy.
Yeah, he's no longer in the army, but yeah, he was he scrubbed up well.
You think it was good for him?
No, my camera doesn't autofocus because I get the cheapest webcam that was available at the store because they were all, there's run on webcams because of COVID.
Yeah, because everyone's working from home and doing.
Mine's built in, so.
Mine's built in too.
So it can't. There's no focus capabilities.
And also, I have
That's
a
okay.
mountain of cameras I can plug in at any time. So.
Also, on the watching front, Annette's saying she's been watching Polish Twin Peaks. drinking botanical liqueur really helps grokking it.
I just finished.
You've got to get on that Polish wavelength with the right alcohol.
Yeah, I just finished the whole Back to the Future trilogy last night, actually.
Did you watch the 4K version, Chris?
No, I don't see the point in watching a.
They just released it.
Yeah, I got the Blu-ray version because.
But what,
Now,
what's it,
if anyone's interested in seeing the unblurred and unmessed up because of the camera version of that picture, I can post it on my Twitter, which is not Gecko, it's something else.
only if you don't get arrested by your own arbitrary people.
We're just ready to go like, okay, here's a high-res photo of me and my friends at the top secret surveillance base that I used to work at. You can see exactly how the configuration of the satellite dish works.
It is by no means secret. I guarantee you that.
Yeah, no. Yeah, no. I got the Blu-ray version of it because on sale, the deluxe version, because the 4K version
Was it the 4K?
But-
the 4K print of the Blu-ray or the original Blu-ray?
I will post
the older
link,
one. I didn't get the.
or rather, I will post who's on Facebook.
Keep yourself safe.
Who are you? Are you all on YouTube or Facebook?
Everyone's on YouTube. So, but if you put it in the StreamYard chat, that's something.
StreamYard chat. Okay, I'll
Yeah.
put it in. I'll put
Private
Private chat.
so you don't get arrested.
I will put my this is making me forget. I will put my
put the make it
Twitter. That's the one.
Yeah, no, but no, stop it. Just I don't buy any 4K stuff because there's no point. The films are in 1080. You don't. It's not that much better.
Oh, it was filmed in 35mm, wasn't it?
Yeah,
I
well,
put my Twitter handle in the StreamYard chat.
I can do it.
All right.
If anyone wants to follow, it's there. But anyway, yes. Annette's summary is Poland's just Germany with more vodka. But
Makes sense.
I did see a YouTube video about how vodka has ruined Russia.
Well, probably depends which Russian you ask. I think a lot of Russians think vodka is the only thing they've got going for them.
I don't drink it. I don't drink this stuff.
But yeah,
I will not drink vodka because it tastes horrible. For one,
I agree.
I hate potatoes.
Russians hate
Two,
potatoes.
I hate vodka, which is made from potatoes. So it's like cumulative effect.
Yeah, the cliche is vodka is made from potatoes, but actually very little vodka is made from potatoes. Wait a minute. Most vodka is made from grain spirits. Vodka is by definition just a neutral spirit. It's not meant to have flavor, but the processing of it will give it some sort of flavor.
See, when I was younger, and my dad had the alcohols in the cabinet, and I didn't want him to know about it, I would mix the vodka, the whiskey, the tequila, and the rum.
Yeah.
And it would, increase the volume.
Yes.
And I would hold my nose and drink it.
God. Oh, dear.
It was terrible.
That will kill some brain cells.
It was bad.
That's not a good thing to do.
It had the desired
Like a
effect.
flaming Homer.
It had the desired effect, but it was bad.
Yeah. No, that's no.
I'm looking at a picture that I just saw on Twitter of Mitch McConnell, the asshole Senate guy, Republican.
Yeah.
And I don't know if it's real or not.
What is it?
It's of his hands. and they're like different colors. Like one hand looks like dead, and the other one looks living, and there's like bandages all over them and shit. Like,
I have to
Did he
ask,
try to destroy a Horcrux or something?
Angry, is there not actually drink that has those 4?
You get
Flame and Homer.
Yeah, Flame and Homer. It could be a Flame and Homer for a start. But there,
But you also have to add cough syrup.
Yeah, there are all those ones like a
Syrup
Long
and set it on
Island,
fire.
Long Island iced tea that has like all the spirits in it. There's a different colored one that's called an Adios Motherfucker. But there's there are a lot of drinks where it's like one of everything type of thing. It'll be a bunch of clear spirits and then something colored to give the drink a color. In a Long Island iced tea, it's cola. It's cola, so it looks like iced tea, except there's no tea in it. It's just booze and cola. The Adios Motherfucker has blue curacao in it, and so it's blue. And I've made a couple. Like I made one for fun on my cocktail channel that I called my signature cocktail, the Shut the Fuck Up, because it was one of each of my overproof spirits, and I have a few overproof spirits. So it had overproof rum, overproof gin, overproof whiskey, absinthe.
I'm sorry to say that I haven't been watching all of your cocktail videos.
That's okay. You're not legally required to. So if you want to, that's cool, but you're not actually required
I've
to.
seen most of them because I got the notifications. They're really pretty short, so I think I've seen them.
I have a lot of fun watching your normal, Angry Aussie video channel since you had the, I can't remember the Wi-Fi password on the router video.
Oh my god, that one with Mega Leech, that was just like one where I was just screaming about how much I hated my Wi-Fi router and I couldn't find the password. And then Mega Leech commented,
you don't have the mask anymore, do you? Do you still have those?
No, I actually still do. It's
no
in
way.
the room.
No way.
No.
Like you've got what, like 4 masks? You've got the regular Angry Aussie mask. You've got the boring guy. Yeah. You've got the
wow.
What is it?
There was the
same
4
guy.
There was the 4 Halloween ones. There was Mr. Boring, Mr. Flamboyant, who was a rather flamboyant vampire. The Red Demon, who just called himself Mr. Red, and the Yellow Demon, who's like Mr. Insane because he looked a bit that way. My favorite one of him was having him drink formaldehyde, and just going like, and I stole the line actually, but it's like, for an experiment, now I'm going to drink a bottle of formaldehyde. I got told I had to do a warning for the kids, so kids, watch out. And obviously not drinking formaldehyde, but the whole joke was because we had this really chunky strawberry jam, and I just wanted to cough up all this chunky strawberry jam like it was my stomach lining or something.
Wasn't your Angry Aussie your normal angry video mask like a 2-liter ball or something? How did you make that?
It was a translucent plastic one. The original mask is actually modeled on Clark Gable. It's a very old sort of novelty mask.
That's interesting.
It's modeled on Clark Gable.
I wasn't sure if you made it yourself out of a plastic bottle or if you had
I bought
mask.
I bought it from a shop. It's a translucent. It was full face, and I used to cut the bottom out of all the masks so you could see my mouth, and that made them look really animated.
And you had the Sharpie,
I did Sharpie I did the cartoon angry lines on it. Mm-hmm. I just make it angry, do angry frown lines.
I tell you what.
That's how I found you.
People would be
originally
happy to see those masks.
Yeah, I mean, sometimes I feel like back out and being weird with them again.
I almost think it would be cool for you to have in the background, like a mannequins with your mask on it kind of thing.
That's actually a pretty good idea. I'd have to get Manic.
Oh, God.
Oh, Ludo's having a sleep.
Puppy
What
time.
What a big sook. What a big sook
He's
he
being
is.
good.
Just
Do
Just
people
for
on the Mitch McConnell situation.
Mm-hmm.
Just Reddit thinks that it's a drug called Xarelto, Xarelto, and it's some sort of blood thinner, I think. Right, nice.
my cat likes to sleep like sometimes like on my lap while I'm in the computer, just like upside down, like mouth open kind of thing.
Right. I'm going to completely change the topic, but it just popped into my head talking about Mitch McConnell, and I just think, oh, he's gross and degenerate. Who heard the story
Turtle
about
Man.
the dude who's a New York Post contributor? They were having a work Zoom thing. It was like some rehearsal for the Democratic, and the dude was jacking it on camera on a work Zoom thing.
That wasn't a myth. That was actually happening.
No, that's it. What apparently happened, it looked like he thought he wasn't on the Zoom cam, and he was on a private web, like he was probably paying someone to whack off via webcam, which is okay, fine. But remember that you're on a work. Like the people there said, he seemed to be not aware of the fact he was on the Zoom thing, and he seemed to be on another sort of webcam chat, and he had his dick out. And they're like, dude, what?
Now, I have to ask
on a work thing.
Angry?
I would never even think.
I have to ask, which one are you talking about? Because there's more than one.
Are you talking about Rudy Giuliani as well?
Has happened.
Yeah, like here's the thing I don't understand. I don't want to show people that I do not know pictures of my dick. Like they can use that as leverage against me. Why would anybody do that?
Yeah.
Now, if I mean, look, if I know that, I've been using a video conference, and
if you've got a dick that you're proud of.
even if I don't usually do video conference,
like anybody else.
Yeah.
Even if I don't usually do video conference, like these people do it all the time, and I want to do something unsatisfactory to the general public, I will, take my camera and turn it or, disable it in some way.
Yeah. Well, apparently what this dude was doing, like he maybe had a completely different computer, like a laptop or something. Jesus, Gecko, what the fuck?
I'm sorry, I knocked it completely off the monitor.
That was frightening. But apparently what this dude was doing, he had a completely separate computer or tablet or something, and he thought the work one was off, and he was over here talking to someone on something else, and he's got his dick out. So he's having his sex play on another one, completely unaware of the fact his work computer is still running and he's still on camera, and everyone at the work thing is going, ah!
You probably didn't write to the.
Oh yeah, but what was the thing? What was the thing? Because I haven't looked into it. I just heard about the thing with Rudy Giuliani and Sacha Baron Cohen's daughter.
Yeah.
What happened there?
It was like a mock interview they were doing.
Are you talking about the Borat thing?
Yeah.
That was intentionally pranked the Giuliani.
Basically putting him in a compromising position.
I don't know if you've seen
who he believed to
the
be
Borat movies
14 or 15. It's supposed to be Borat's daughter in the movie.
Yeah.
Right.
Rudy Giuliani apparently seems to have been more than willing to play with his dick in front of someone he thought was 14 or 15.
Now they're saying that he was adjusting his shirt. His shirt,
yes,
or his microphone, or whatever.
He's lying flat back on a bed, and his pants are 3 inches high, and he's holding them up, his hands going straight in his pants. But yeah,
I haven't seen it, so I can't make a judgment.
I've only seen a still. I would want to see the whole video, and more importantly, the audio, because if he's just tucking his shirt in, he's going to be going, I'm just tucking my shirt in. And if he's not, he's going to be saying, do you want to know how you make me feel sexy? You know,
It's pretty obvious how, tucking a shirt in looks. It's pretty obvious. I mean,
But I mean,
how can you mistake that?
Yeah, it looks pretty disgusting.
it looks pretty incriminating, but I would actually want to see the video.
He
Yeah.
purposely takes his phone off and then it goes and lays down on a bed. Like that's
Yeah. But it's the way Rudy Giuliani explained it, is like I was describing it. It's the funniest lie I've ever heard. I'll see if I can find it. What he actually said.
It's not the thing you want to wake up to morning breakfast news to.
Yeah, they're like that Borat guy. He like found out about like a kind of like hinted at the fact of like a hotel like kid sex traffic thing going on at like some fancy hotel or something. And he gave the footage to the FBI, and the FBI was like, "Don't care."
I thought that was the laptop thing where the
literally
Giuliani or his
I can get you a kid
team has like decided somebody has taken the laptop to a repair shop and been like, well, we found some weird stuff on it here, have it to the news media or to the FBI or whatever, and like
no, I mean like they legitimately interviewed a hotel concierge who was saying about how people there he knows has gotten kids for sexual purposes. He knows how to silence kids if they're being a problem, etc., etc. And eventually Borat like stops the interview because it's getting ridiculous. Then he sends that footage to the FBI, and this hotel concierge, he knows senators, it's like a Jeffrey Epstein kind of situation. And the FBI was like, not here.
Oh, that's different from the latest story about the laptop that I was thinking.
No, that's just that's from the same. I think it's from the previous movie that he made or something like that.
I haven't actually seen any of the Borat movies.
There's only one.
I thought there were two.
No.
No, there's only one Borat movie.
No, there's one movie, but before the movie, he was a character in the Ali G show.
Yes, he
That's
was
what
a played character on the Ali G show. Yes, that's correct.
Yeah, he's been doing documentaries trying to pretty much just get and show how horrible things are in America.
I still think, in terms of setting people up, Ali G was one of his better ones because Ali G is stupid as hell. As a character, is a stupid person, and he disarms the people he's interviewing, and they all know he's a character, and he disarms the people he's interviewing by being stupid, and they don't realize they've dropped their guard, and he basically boxes them in to saying something awful. That's what they really think, and or highlighting how stupid what they say is, or some, not necessarily stupid, but at least the thing that they think is absolutely right. But one of my personal favorites is, and again, I'm not against vegetarianism. I think it's healthier, and I think ecologically it's something that has to be moved towards. But it did make me laugh when he had this person on, a vegetarian or a vegan, and he brings out a roast chicken and says, but this is really good, don't you want to eat some of this? And he's going, there's nothing you could do or say to make me eat that. He goes, but why not? See, because it's cruelty, you've killed a bird and nothing could make me eat it. He goes, well, how about if I say you eat some of this chicken, or I'm going to go out back and kill another chicken? So you have to eat the already dead chicken, or I'm going to kill a chicken that's alive.
I mean, chicken's been in the part of the diet of the human race for what? How many thousands of years?
I mean, I can't.
People have been eating meat for tens of thousands of years, at least.
I can eat fish and then vegetarian other than that, because I just any other meat I can't digest anymore.
No, it's look, honestly, it's not necessary. I eat meat because I'm lazy as fuck, and it's really easy.
Because you want to. It's not.
Yeah. That's because I'm lazy as fuck. I know objectively it's not good, but I'm just a horrible person, you know.
Like white meat isn't that bad. If you just eat meat in moderation, like have some meals without it.
Everything
I
in
tried to limit
moderation.
it to 3 serving today. Oh, what's that one? Organic, these vegan friendly. Is that wine or?
All right, so they didn't use eggshells to filter it or whatever.
Yeah, as a pescatarian, I eat fish, I eat eggs.
It's Italian red wine.
I only eat
red wine. Okay.
I only eat fish when somebody else cooks it. I don't eat fish at the house because I can't cook fish that well.
I don't like fish much.
So, I mean, I like me a good smoked salmon. I tell you what, son.
All right, that's the thing. Hey, Annette, I agree. Humans.
I
are
need to have meat and dairy to keep my weight up.
Yeah, I've posted the picture on Twitter. If you saw the link in StreamYard for my Twitter account,
I'll bring up my Twitter. Hang on. Let me see. Oh, there it is. Yeah,
I think
although again, I'm not going to be able to zoom in. I mean, I can share it, and
I mean, do you remember when Twitter, YouTube changed their comments? They used to be down below, then they changed, or used to be to the right, all kinds of weird.
That's a nice
stuff.
picture.
Yeah, that's a picture.
I'm the tall guy in the picture.
You're the tall guy.
You're the tall guy.
Look at that. And back here, you see the top secret.
Second from the left.
And
yes, we can see the secret electronics over there.
If you see here is an undisclosed weapon that we're working on. If you look to the right, you'll see the hoverboards that we're hiding from children.
Yeah. And there's those gray aliens visible in the background.
I was never the weapons or the secrets guy. I was the communications guy.
There's a giant sign
You
behind.
were relaying the secrets.
That's what I mean. As the grey alien who's given us the communications technology was just walking between tents in the background and has looked up with a shocked expression when it sees there's a camera and goes, "Oh!"
Yeah, and then
That was me, right?
and there's a giant billboard in the back that's kind of out of throw, which says Area 51 Alien Habitat Center.
Yeah.
Nah, I mean, Area 51's still in America. This was actually taken in Afghanistan.
Look, man. I just need you to tell me who killed Kennedy.
What was? Oh my god, that was in
The CIA killed him, but anyway.
The Rock, that 90s film, which is great, with Nicolas Cage and Sean Connery. When he discovers the secret thing right at the end, he sort of breaks into a church and finds this microfilm that's been hidden in one of the pews in the church, and he running out with it. And he looks at it, he's holding up to his wife, goes, "Hey, honey, do you want to know who shot JFK?"
That was
That
wasn't just the Rock, or no, it wasn't the Rock. It was Sean Connery, Nicolas Cage, and Ed Harris. Ed Harris is the third name I was looking for. Who is also in the movie
But if you watch
Walker.
Sorry, what do you got, Charlie?
But if you watch Red Dwarf, you would see that actually JFK shot himself.
That makes sense.
That's like movie magic right there, right?
It's a whole time travel shenanigans.
That's funny.
It's
Sorry,
because
still-
if he wasn't shot, then everything kind of went to shit. And so I was like, oh no, he had to have been shot.
So he went back in time and shot himself.
Yeah, to make everything right.
Okay. There's Stella in the chat saying, speaking of aliens, as we do often, saw a string of lights streak across the sky the other night. Turned out it was Elon fucking Musk's satellites, but you know.
Aliens confirmed.
Aliens confirmed. But that was the other thing, like the US.
I'm pretty sure Elon Musk is an alien.
Yeah, the U.S. government put out videos of unidentified flying objects.
And they are literally unidentified flying objects in as much as it's something and they haven't been able to ascertain what it was.
So I saw a really good scientific breakdown of that video, and most likely it was geese.
I have to say,
or maybe an albatross.
yeah, albatross like in the Rescuers Down Under, right?
Yes. It was the albatross from the Rescuers Down Under. Yes.
I have to say, before you get too carried away, the next picture I took in my camera after the picture I took that I just posted, I posted on Twitter, which is of the kittens that we had that controlled the mice for us in Afghanistan.
Yeah, you know my favorite.
Oh, well, that's cute.
My favorite meme about cats is the one where instead of the Ancient Aliens guy going aliens, it's a cat with the same kind of hair going humans.
Wait, say that again. What cats?
It's so in Ancient Aliens, you got the guy with the crazy hair going aliens.
Oh, Ancient Aliens.
And
Okay.
then the meme is the cat with the same kind of hair going humans.
Yes, I've seen that one. I know that crazy
Thinking
hair.
about Ancient Aliens because
it's so stupid. I love it.
If people couldn't do it, then it must have been aliens.
We lost you for a second.
Oh,
Human-
my personal favorite was a
Oh,
lot of that can be
me-
summed up because white people weren't doing it. It must have been aliens,
Mm.
and it's just like,
Yeah.
dude, that's not a good way to look at the world.
Yeah, the History Channel is so bad that when they did their 100-year World War I coverage 2 years ago, the part about the Russian Revolution was amazing. It was apparently Lenin walked up with one gun and just took down the government. He just walked in into the Kremlin and shot, the Tsar single-handedly, and that was it. When the revolution happened, before Lenin even got, he was exiled. He wasn't even fucking there.
What are you doing, Yakima? I think you've
that's
got enough
worse
thinkers
than the
tonight.
fucking.
The most confused
Anastasia
look,
movie.
including the teeth.
Yeah.
The missing teeth
Someone
are
got a
confused.
lot of Maker's Mark tonight.
Yeah, that was a very convincing
Yeah, okay.
response, Gecko. That was
Show my kitten's picture.
Oh, the kittens! It is actually extremely cute. This is active service kittens.
What was that about Thunderfoot?
They better survive, Gecko.
Honestly, I hope they did. I don't know. We weren't allowed to have pets.
Oh,
That's the active service kittens.
With their little hammock.
Yeah.
You better bring them back to the US.
They definitely worked on keeping the mice away.
Very good kitties. Very good kitties.
Yeah, I've seen vintage photos from like World War II Navy ships. They had little kitties in little hammocks.
That wasn't a hammock. That was one of those cheap $20 fabric chairs.
Oh, okay. But it was the kitty's bed.
Oh, we still adore
Stella's not a fan of the Elon Musk satellites. She says if he puts up 12 to 50,000 of those fucking things, I'm personally going to hunt him down, cover him with 1,000 paper cuts and lemon juice every day.
Now, here's the question, Stella.
It's what
Stella?
he deserves.
Andrew, can I post
Stella?
a link to a YouTube video?
Stella, before you condemn
Yes?
Elon Musk, I don't know if you live in Australia or not, but are you gonna use the internet from him?
Well, I don't know. We still don't know what it's going to be because he's full of shit.
If it's free, I will.
Yeah, I know.
Free Boston.
I will. I will discredit Elon Musk again over something completely different. He literally gloated about how he had a hand in helping the U.S. government overthrow the democratically elected socialist president of Bolivia.
Because he wanted the rare metals, yeah.
Because he wanted the
All
lithium.
the minerals.
Because he wanted cheap lithium.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And you know what happened? And he's been crickets on the election.
Oh, yeah.
Was elected the exact party.
Before
Oh yeah,
before you get too
the
carried
memes
away,
have been so good.
before you get too
Andrew,
carried
I've
away,
posted the link in the private
lithium is
so that
not the lithium is not the rare chemical that they wanted. It was cobalt.
Yeah, cobalt and they have lithium there.
And they're talking about their new battery chemistry is getting rid of cobalt entirely.
Yeah, and that's not just Tesla. That's all EVs. And that is a real problem of mine. Is people think that any improvement in electric vehicles has something to do with Tesla. It doesn't. Like the other day, they announced a Hummer EV, which I'm excited for because it's going to bring a whole generation of trucks in, and it just uses the regular chargers that everybody else on the fucking planet uses, and it can give you 100 miles in 10 minutes.
I have to stop you on that right here, because anyone that claims the Humvee or Hummer is, I in my opinion, and this is opinion, is full of garbage, because the GM has sold Humvee or Hummer to China, whereas the Humvee HMMWV was always a U.S. Army thing. HMMWV, High Mobility Multi-Purpose Wheel Vehicle, is what Humvee stands for.
Yeah.
And the General Motors or American General sold that division to China a few years ago, I think.
Yeah, I mean, it's called the Hummer EV. It's not called the Humvee EV. It's just called Hummer EV.
And you can always tell. I know that the military had a hybrid Humvee for testing or whatever. But you can always tell the fake, like the H2, the H3, have always been fake.
Well, yeah,
because I was in the Army for 10 years. The real Humvees have, most vehicles have their brakes are in the wheel, the hubs, the wheels. You take the wheels off and there's your brakes. But in the Army, in the U.S. Army, the brakes, the disc brakes are in the middle on the differential.
Yeah, it's all military hardware. It's nothing to do with Hummer, the brand of America.
I just have a thing against the fake H2 and H3 calling themselves the Hummers.
Yeah, but those cars are really old. I'm not even talking about those. Yeah.
When I was in the Army, the Humvees that we had, in the gear shifts, they didn't even have a part. They didn't even the P. They didn't have it. It didn't exist until when I went to Afghanistan in 2010.
Then they added the P, if you know what I mean.
They didn't even have air conditioning.
Well, it's a military vehicle. It's not meant to be comfortable, goddamn. It's meant to drive over surfaces that are very open. If you get into a tight spot, you're probably not gonna make it through. But I tell you what,
a genuine U.S. military Humvee is actually like a really super capable vehicle.
You want the Australian Bushmaster, mate? That's even the name. It's the Bushmaster.
No, I was deployed to Egypt in 2005, and in Egypt we had so a lot of civilian vehicles, but the Australian military was there too, and they had their rifles were the Steyr, and I thought those were really cool.
They had an Aussie variant of the Steyr called the Ozsteyr.
I thought the Steyr
is
was an Australian weapon.
Man.
And I thought that was pretty cool because instead of the magazine with the bullets going in front of the trigger, they were like way in the back of the rifle.
Yeah,
And like
it's
you had like a
ballpark
link
design.
going back to the back of the rifle. I thought the Steyrs were like really cool rifles. I never got to actually fire it, but I thought it was pretty cool. I would like to in the future.
Come join the Australian Army.
Yeah, now we've got all the special forces probably going on trial for war crimes.
What does it actually take to immigrate to Australia and be an Australian citizen?
Really, really hard.
Be a doctor.
Yeah. It helps if you're in demand.
Tons of friends have done it.
I've
Tons
done
of
it.
American friends.
Do you have to have like a sponsor to be a citizen in Australia?
Well, my mum just married, and yeah, but she did the test, and then I could have done the test, but yeah, I was too young for the test.
I could by rights immigrate. I'm in the United States. I could by rights immigrate to our brothers in the north, Canada.
Canadian.
Yes, that's my first backup plan, and then from there I can go to.
I was gonna say if you can get to New Zealand, then you can get to Australia.
My father
One day
my father was a Canadian. He
Immigrant.
came to America as he was. I don't remember if he was born in America or if he moved to America when he was a child. But he was Canadian. He had a green card. He had to do the American flight.
Did he get to keep your Canadian? Did he keep? Like, is it through blood that he keeps his Canadian citizenship, so he can pass it on to you?
I think the citizenship is guaranteed for me.
Dude, then just get up there, man.
Yeah, I have. Yeah.
I'm all the way in the
I had a
south of
friend.
America. I'm in Houston.
Oh,
I'm as far south, except for Florida. I can't go any further south.
If Trump wins, go to Canada. Just go to Canada.
Yeah, I had a friend who had like a Canadian parent or something like that, and so he was automatically born with dual citizenship.
Oh, that's fucking.
Yeah, so was my sister.
Yeah, no. My buddy lives
And
up.
Canada's hard to get into.
It is. My buddy. Well, yes, if you're not from America, it is.
Yeah.
My buddy, he owns. He lives up by the stretch between Vancouver Island and the Washington Olympic Peninsula. And the other day, he took a picture of Canada. Like, I see you, Canada, and I'm just all like, "Where do you live? I need to." I'm like, "Do you have any scuba gear, dive gear?" I'm telling you, man, we swim across there. We're free.
I don't know if you've seen it. Back in the early 90s or late 80s, Rick Moranis, who is from Canada,
Honey, I
you remember Rick Moranis? He was in the Ghostbusters.
Yes.
Honey,
Little Shop of Horrors.
Honey, I Shrunk the Kids.
Moranis
He's Canadian.
Spaceballs.
Yeah.
He's Canadian.
Baseballs. Little Shop of Horrors.
Quit
He did
Hollywood to raise his kids.
He did a little show called The Great White North. Look it up
Yeah.
it's on YouTube. The
Yeah.
12 Days of Christmas, the 12 Canadian Days of Christmas. It's hilarious. He's Canadian, and until I think this year, he's been retired for the movies.
Oh yeah.
For the family, and this
Ryan
year
Reynolds
he's going to do a new Honey, I Shrunk the Kids movie.
A
Yeah,
sequel.
'cause his kids are adults now, so he doesn't know. He quit Hollywood to raise his kids, which was very nice.
Honey, I Shrunk my
Yeah. He was just in like a commercial with Ryan Reynolds, and Ryan Reynolds was like, "Do you guys remember Rick Moranis? I love Rick Moranis." And look, here he is. Hi, Rick. How you doing? I'm doing good. Do you need me to do anything? No, I just wanted to see you, man. I'm glad you're doing great. You know, it's been a crazy year. Good to see you. He just walked off screen. The whole thing. That's it. That's the commercial.
And Rick Moranis got punched in the face. He was just walking around New York. This happened only a week or two ago. He was just
what?
around New York and someone punched him in the face.
You're kidding me.
Because he's an old man now. He must be 60 something now, I think.
No, I
Why
can't
would you
believe it.
punch Rick Moranis?
I can't believe it. You gotta link it to me.
Guys, so this just reminded me that they had the minivan with the solar panels on the top of it. And Honey, I Shrunk
We got
Rick Moranis, he drove that little like minivan thing with like the on it.
The first movie?
Yeah, that. Yes. I mean, he drove that. I don't know which one movie it was, but he drove that. That's why I wanted an electric car, because they had the
comes full circle.
panels and everything. And then I think in the same broadcast that was around that time, that's when I saw the commercial for like they had the electric car commercial for the first time. And then there was Rick Moranis with his minivan, his GMC minivan with the solar panels, and I was like, I want an electric car. My mom was like, that's not a real car. And I'm like, what are you talking about?
What happens if you get stuck in the US desert though, and you got an electric car?
I'm such a nerd. I have an electric car and I love it. I love it so much.
Can you drive it to what's it called? Brain fart.
I wish I could get an electric car. I've got this 1989 Nissan pickup truck with the manual transmission. It's a pile of crap, but it works.
Yeah. A lot of people are converting their cars these days.
Can you take a electric car to the Grand Canyon and back? That's what I wanted to say.
Yeah, actually, I watched a guy do that with a Chevy Bolt.
Yeah.
You can electric car anywhere in the United States. It just depends on how you want to travel and what vehicle you have. There really isn't any limits at this point. And as time goes forward, it will just keep getting better. I mean,
And the supercharger
What about Henry
network
Rollins?
is
Oh, I think L3 was just making a joke that it'd be mean enough to punch Rick
Oh,
Moranis.
that Henry Rollins would punch Rick. Okay.
No. I've
No.
met
I reckon
Rick
Buzz
Rollins.
Aldrin
No.
would do a number as well.
Rick Henry Rollins came to Egypt to visit the troops in Egypt when we were there. He was super cool. He's real short. He's not tall. He's a real short guy, but he was super cool.
But yeah, I think it was just a joke that he always has that angry.
And after attacked it.
No. That's crazy. I cannot believe that.
That's right. Now at auto
I like Henry
complete.
Rollins. I love Henry Rollins's story about going to a Kiss concert and talking about Kiss fans, because like as a hardcore Kiss fan, everything he says is spot on.
That's funny.
Henry Rollins is an amazing public speaker, and you know he's really a great guy.
Jackass movie.
Although I gotta say, I prefer Black Flag with the original guy.
Because he's in the Jackass movie when Steve-O's getting a tattoo in the back of a Humvee.
Yes.
Going over like the course and shit. And Henry Rollins is giving him a smile. He's like driving the fucking Humvee as Steve-O's getting a tattoo of a smiley face.
Was that really him? I haven't seen that movie in a long time.
Dude, I fucking love the Jackass movies. I love them. People at BAM.
Does anyone follow Jello Biafra's YouTube?
Who?
No, I didn't know he had one. I saw him live once.
He does. He does. He's got
Again?
like Jello Biafra
From the Dead Kennedys.
Yeah, like he's got a YouTube, and he does these videos called "What Would Jello Do," where he just like rants about politics and like current events. And
check it out. Well, I have to go to bed. Good night, everybody.
Night, Chris.
That's fair.
Good night.
All right. I think I'm going to make another cocktail, so I've got another one ready before I go to bed. This one has jam in it. I've got some homemade jam to go in the cocktail.
Sounds delicious.
It is tasty. So, you're gonna chat if I do this? Switch my microphone off or leave it on so you can make fun of me, or what are we gonna do?
You can just keep your microphone open, and then you can just lean over if you hear something interesting going down.
No, I won't hear anything from you because I've got to shut off the speaker so I can record the video. So I
I thought you were just going to make a cocktail, but you're making a video of yourself making a cocktail. I forgot.
Yes.
Yeah.
I'm doing
Yeah, leave your mic on, and we'll just like riff tracks it.
Yeah, riff tracks. That's a great thing. I'm actually gonna get out of here. It's 7:30 in the morning for me.
All right. Wow, you're gonna have a wild day.
Right.
Have some sleep,
Or
dude.
good morning.
Good morning.
See ya.
So, oh yeah, and just in case there was anyone in the chat who wanted to join, seeing a few people are dipping out, that's link. I got to get, because so this is a brandy drink. Where's my brandy?
Hey Charlie, it's confused. It's less confusing because the Victoria and the New South Wales border same time zone, but the time zone difference for the people in the Queensland and New South Wales border, they must get used to it because of the 1 hour difference at this time of year.
Yep.
Abigail, could you unmute and tell us more about this UFO video debunked? Because it's a very long video, so it might be good if you gave us an intro to it. Oh, I should post the link on the chat as well.
No, I did. I posted it in the main chat.
Yeah, no, the link's
video.
there. Yeah,
Yeah,
it's
okay.
Thunderfoot, and it's only part 1, but he breaks down
Thunderfoot, is it?
Yeah,
he's a bit
science videos are great.
He's a bit
but
he got himself into
he's
trouble
a bit
about 5 years ago.
well, okay. He's hit and miss.
Yeah, he's
His
made some
science-
anti-feminist
If he
videos.
sticks Yeah, he's done some cringe, but
yeah.
when he sticks
If
to
he
his
sticks to
actual
science.
when he sticks to his actual like area of expertise, then he's great. But
Yeah.
although yeah,
So the
I mean,
video just
I
breaks
haven't
down.
checked him out in ages, but apparently he's like gone off of doing the anti-feminist stuff. So I think
Yeah,
I've heard.
Most of his videos nowadays are debunking crappy products or like
It just
real,
he
like,
for
scammy
for a while
stuff.
For a while there, he was doing a lot of cringy anti
I haven't watched any
feminist
of
stuff,
them.
and that was
Yeah, he was a massive atheist as well, and liked to go on about that all the time, which is fine for me. But I don't know. It's a pretty easy time.
So anyway, to answer the question, the video that he's made basically goes over issues of optics, camera technology, the way cameras work on fast-moving airplanes and jets, and parallax and things like that.
Where's
and
my
just,
16K TV already?
Yeah. So
Actually, you know
you've
who's
got to
good?
watch it to get the nuance.
you know he's
Sorry?
good. Captain Disillusion. Have you watched
Is
his
he?
stuff? Yeah. Or is he
should I?
too like
What's the deal with these face paint?
performative? Oh, he's playing a character.
Okay, I prefer what's the channel called? Engineering Connections, because he's like a hardcore nerd who makes occasional jokes, and it's great, and it's really dry and technical, which is something I really get a kick out of. So yeah, if it's performative, I don't really get into it.
Well, I mean it.
I mean, for the target audience, it's fine. I don't know him. I've heard.
Well, just open your mind. Watch a few. Like it's not that before. Like he has the makeup on, but it's like he's still pretty straight and to the point. Aside from that,
Sure. Okay. I'll give it a shot on your recommendation.
ideas.
Uh-oh. We don't have an extrovert.
Oh no!
What are we gonna do?
I'm gonna have to.
Someone has to
I'm gonna have
talk.
to have more beers.
More
I
beers.
have to double the beers.
My
I'll take-
migraine meds are kicking
I'll
in,
kick us up and
so
talk about
I'm
motivation.
actually getting really sleepy.
Mhm.
Someone asked me something about astrophysics or Star Trek or even computer science, because I do have a couple of computer science degrees.
What do you think
I
about
do
that
use-
comet today? The comet dust.
Sorry, I can barely understand you there, Safa.
The comet dust that they picked up from the comet or asteroid today.
I haven't heard the latest news about that.
The NASA satellite picked up some dust from a comet.
Oh yeah, yeah. Actually, yeah, I did.
It was not a comet,
See,
but
when I-
an
that's more.
asteroid. And it looks like a gravel pile.
Yeah, most asteroids are just piles of gravel.
See,
But they're
when
expecting
I've got nothing to say,
fine dust, but it wasn't. It's got a lot of big rocks, and the fine dust has just disappeared over the eons. But they
Okay.
did manage to collect some dust and pebbles, so that's good for their mission.
There's there's a new C++ or the new version, because like C++ has had different versions over the years.
So is it C+++?
Actually, I have one of my favorite nerdcore hip hop artists is called MC++.
Oh, yeah, that's cool.
But he hasn't produced anything in years, so. Oh, C# has been around forever. At least 10 years. C# was written by the same guy who wrote Anders Hallsberg, who wrote my favorite programming language, Delphi, which came out of Borland C, Borland C, C++, and Borland Pascal back in the DOS days. But yeah, C# is a .NET language, and it's really great. I enjoy using it.
I used to do a lot of PHP.
when I was in primary school, we had DOS
Now.
on the computers, and we played Commander Keen.
I remember that game. It's been a while.
I love Commander Keen.
Yeah. Now C# has been around for a while. Yeah, and they release a new version with every version of .NET, which is like bundled with every Windows. So
Get on Microsoft proprietary software.
well, I mean, C# is a great concept. Java beat them to it, but Microsoft used several large bags of money to make sure that Java sucked and C#.
That's all you need
ran
these days.
native.
Large bags of money.
And yeah, it's like C#, like just .NET as a framework works really well. And yeah, it's
And that said, bring in the
runs
pets. So
instructions,
here he is.
natively on most processors even. And as a framework, it learns the programs you write for it. Out of the box, it learns how each program uses memory, uses system resources, and just gets better and better over time.
So it's AI pretty much.
Sorry?
It's AI, artificial intelligence.
Well, I mean, AI is a nebulous term. Back in the 1950s, when they put sensors on washing machines so they didn't overflow with water, they called that AI. The term shifts all the time. So, you know, what's AI today isn't tomorrow because everyone takes it for granted. Yeah, so, I mean, everything IT related could be AI at some point.
I wonder how much Google's got to lose in the antitrust case against the US they said they're doing today. if it's got to
I
be as
can't
big as the
understand
Microsoft.
what you're saying. Have you got? Are you using a microphone or?
Oh yeah, just give me a second. I'll switch back to my internal.
So I did an honors degree in AI, which was very hard because I was developing chronic fatigue at the time and didn't realize it. Yeah, I did a thesis on optimization was my specialty, so genetic algorithms and pathfinding and things like that. Monitor tech that's been worked on for years. No, are you talking about OLE? Sorry, my migraine meds are kicking in big time now. Organic LEDs, OLEDs. Because yeah, that looked promising for a few years, OLEDs, because you can like put it on a flexible membrane, so you can have wraparound monitors and stuff. But I don't know what happened to it. It just kind of didn't pan out, I guess. Sorry, I'm reading from the chat, Charlie.
Yeah. Nettie, I don't see that as a problem. Join anyway.
Over into slightly belligerent. Oh no. What's got you so belligerent? And does that happen often? Conflict. Yeah, I'm not a big fan of it. Was there conflict on the stream? Like, were people? Was it the troll that briefly made an appearance, or was it just talking about US politics constantly? That like I'm a big fan of keeping up with US politics, but it gets overwhelming after a while. And everyone just I mean, it's topical, especially over the next couple of weeks. It's going to get even more so. But they vote the dickhead out, you know. Please don't rely on me to carry this stream. I can't.
That's why I said, please, Nettie, join.
Please, someone ask me how black holes work or something, or
How do black holes
Hawking
work?
radiation, or neutron stars, or how to do how to model an AI algorithm off the immune system.
Well, no, like,
because I've done that.
No, like if you
Clonal G.
need to vent, I mean, like.
Yeah. Oh.
You've done AI programming, have you, Abigail?
I
done
did my honours degree in computer science on an AI topic.
Oh, cool.
Okay. Yeah. My specialty is optimization.
Or at least Nettie can hop in and then like
algorithms.
Yeah.
And then wait for the after stream and then have a big vent. And then
Yeah. I don't think I'm going to make it. I'm getting really, really drowsy.
I've got things to do tomorrow, but also I'm not feeling particularly tired, so I might as well just stay online and see what Mr. Amy has to say.
I teach crochet at 10 in the morning online. And
so what
technically my gaming group in the UK have their weekly radio show. For them it's Thursday night, but for me it's like 5 in the morning. And I think I'm going to nope out of it this week.
Yeah.
And I haven't played Elite Dangerous in a while either.
So I missed a bit. We're talking about Elon Musk. Did he help sway the Bolivian so you can get access to the Bolivian lithium? Was that the big story there? I did some Google
I
searching.
haven't heard anything about what Elon's up to except for launching Starlink microsatellites constantly, polluting the sky, and the occasional the occasional surveillance satellite for the government. He's been doing that as well. Well, his company.
Interesting. Is Starlink going to be used for some military purposes? Like, is it part civilian, part military? Just like GPS is?
Oh, well, I mean, GPS was born out of the US military. It was, just that.
Is Starlink...
They have their own private. They have their own private GPS as well, and then private sector caught on with it. But yeah, the GPS is courtesy of the U.S. government. Starlink is global internet access, so the concept is anyone anywhere can point one of his satellite dishes into the sky and get broadband internet, which is pretty cool. And he's engineering it to make it as user friendly as possible. So even the satellite dishes you buy are self-regulating and so they point themselves. You just have to plug them in and watch it go, which is really cool. And we're living in the future.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, I live in an apartment building, so I can't take advantage of that because I literally can't point anything at the sky with a lot of efficiency. But I do have a fiber connection to my kitchen.
I could give a quick debunking of the Netflix show Away. Is anyone aware of what Away is as a TV show?
What?
Debunking?
I can barely understand you there.
It's called Away.
Yeah, there's a show called Away. Mr. English back anyway, but it's on Netflix.
I don't know it.
Debunking. Don't know it. Apparently, it was number 3 in Australia for a while there.
Oh, yeah, I've watched that.
Yeah.
Yeah, I didn't mind it. I thought it was okay.
Yeah, it's just like with their mobile phones, you can't get like instant talk back with people who are on their way to Mars. It takes
Of course not. No.
To travel, but so far they don't seem to be ignoring that completely. That's the only thing that needs to be debunked.
You can't make a TV show or movie and use hyper realistic science in it
because it's boring.
Boring TV.
Boring.
Yeah, it's kind of boring. So like a lot of the communication they did on that TV show was when they were pretty close to Earth anyway. And by the end of the series, by the end of the season, they actually discussed the delay, and it was getting upwards of about a half an hour delay between messages.
Yeah, I've just watched 2.5 episodes, so I don't know how it gets going. So maybe
it got cancelled after the first season anyway. So
yes, so it's not coming back. Did we also bring up the Martian, the book and movie, The Martian, and that's one that tried to put some hard science.
He tried really hard, but the basic premise of a windstorm knocking anything over on Mars is ludicrous. The strongest wind on Mars would feel like a gentle breeze to us because the atmosphere is just so thin, and the dust storms are not any bigger than actual dust. Like the particles, they're not large rocks at all. And they certainly can't tip over a rocket or fling debris into the air. but like a lot of the science was great in the movie, in the book. He did go to great length. I forget who wrote it.
Yeah,
to get
and
a lot right.
The communications was probably my favorite bit, trying to work out how to communicate with Earth with no audio and that massive delay. And to actually edit the film well enough to make that entertaining was no small accomplishment.
Yeah. My 100% biggest gripe with that movie, bar none, is that Sean Bean doesn't die.
His career died. His career
For
died.
once.
Oh, I don't think his career died, but
he got fired.
Yeah.
He's disgraced. He's held responsible for it. But
Nettie so is Nettie joining or not?
She's not waiting in the thing. I don't know. Did she say she was going to join?
Mega Leech, The Expanse is great. I love The Expanse. Although there have been, I mean, apart from the whole Epstein drive thing, which is hand wavy, there's been a few instances of orbital mechanics that just weren't right. There's a maneuver that the pilot does in the Rocinante where he's slingshotting around the moons of, was it Saturn? I think it was around Saturn. That and in the show they make it look like he did it in like a few minutes, whereas in reality it would have taken months. He had to do it because he couldn't fire the engines. He had to come in stealthy, all stealth-like. So he plotted this really complex orbital maneuver through the moons of Saturn, and it would have taken months.
I just like that the Belters have their own accent. They've been an isolated people for generations.
Oh, she needs the link.
Oh, you need the link. I'll put it in multiple times. Do you know how to scroll, woman? God damn it. Oh, that's the wrong link. Okay, that's the last thing I copy pasted.
Oh no! Don't use that link.
And you just be watching Thunderfoot.
I really liked in The Expanse when they got away from, the first couple of episodes was setting the tone and the scene.
Yes.
Of once they gotten away from that a bit, the show just went gangbusters. I loved it. I loved the part where the detective he's on Ceres.
Yes.
And he's pouring a drink, and you can see the water flowing at a really strange angle, and that is dead on. That's the Coriolis effect.
Yeah.
And to even live on Ceres, just standing up would give you motion sickness because of the differing. The Coriolis effect would be so pronounced on such a small radius of rotation. Just moving your head side to side you'd have to get so used to it. I'd just die. I'd get so motion sickness.
The other thing I liked is when they went through the gate, and then there were microbes that fucking killed them. And it's like, of course there is. Of course, an alien ecosystem is going to fucking kill you. Even if you can breathe the atmosphere. Human explorers on Earth, when they went to another continent, all fucking died.
So a case could be made that alien viruses would be completely
Of course I know
useless.
how to fucking scroll.
Don't
fucking poke the bogan tonight. Which is close to the surface.
So angry.
Noise.
I got to get this out. My ass.
Sorry, Abigail's got some nerd stuff to get out.
Yeah. Alien viruses would probably be useless with humans because of differing biology. You need 99% of viruses on Earth are completely ineffective against humans because of biology, let alone alien biology. It's alien bacteria that don't rely on cellular mechanisms to reproduce that would fuck us up.
Yeah,
and they actually portrayed that really well in, and I think it's on Netflix as well, called Mars. A kind of pseudo half documentary, half drama about colonizing Mars.
Yes.
In season 2, they found this microbe that was killing people. But viruses, which are the most common pathogens you would find because they're the most simple, would probably be completely useless. They just wouldn't do anything.
Yeah. And even also the worm things that got them and were poisoning them when they were trapped. It's like, virus was the wrong example from a purely science point of view, but life forms would fucking destroy you. Like I said, people couldn't travel between continents on Earth without getting things that fucking killed them. The idea that you can go into the alien environment, it wouldn't be stuff that would kill you. Charlie.
Yeah.
That's why I love War of the Worlds.
Oh yes, the common cold kills the Martians.
Because at the end, what kills the Martians is bacteria that they don't have a resistance for.
Which is a very clever bit of thinking for young Herbert George Wells back in 1900 to go. Could you imagine? And because he was obviously thinking of the explorers as well. The explorers went to different continents, and particularly the colonizers laid waste to the native people with their advanced technology. But then so many of them died so horribly from the various illnesses.
Syphilis.
I mean, the story was an allegory for British imperialism.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah, because H.G. was a Fabian socialist and did not like British imperialism. But also didn't think that the working class were smart enough to raise themselves out of thing. You needed clever intellectuals like Herbert George and his orgy-loving friends to teach them how to do it. That was the other thing.
Orgies are important.
He was mad into drugs and orgies as well. Another reason to like H.G. Wells. He was a fucking mad.
Who isn't?
Oh man,
Well,
that's what I mean.
Aristocrats live the way that the rest of us would if we could. So like clearly they know something.
Has anyone watched Peaky Blinders?
No.
Peaky Blinders.
Peaky Blinders.
It's yeah.
But it was I just couldn't connect with any of the characters. They were also defensive and aggressive.
Well, yes, they were gypsies who turned gangsters. They were pretty defensive and aggressive people. And they're in Birmingham and they're post World War One. But the bit that I've got up to, which is in season 3, they're dealing with these Russian aristocrats who've fled Russia because of the Bolshevik Revolution. And these Russian aristocrats are just fucked up, debauched, and just like have sex parties in the house. And the Peaky Blinders boys are going to their party and just like, everyone's fucking. And these are boys who are, travelers, that unique sort of subset of the Irish people who decided to move to the British mainland.
They're very strict.
Nomadic life. And
they're strict about sex.
And seeing these fucking Russians with their debauched sex party, and they're just like, okay then. And it's just like, the aristocrats are all kinds of messed up.
Have you watched those gypsy? Oh, hang on, my big fat gypsy wedding shows.
I haven't watched them. I'm aware of them, but I haven't watched them.
I've heard of it. I haven't watched.
Yeah, they're interesting, and of course, you know they make.
I've seen bits of it.
It's all on YouTube. When I thought I was getting married, I started watching all sorts of things like that, and also because anthropology, I got interested in how different people do weddings, and it's pretty bog standard stuff for anthropologists, and so I found it really, really interesting. Unfortunately, they do tend to sensationalize, pick on the freaky bits
of course,
for everyone. But they're very, but Irish travellers are very strict about sex. Like they show, it's actually quite like South America, in that it's all show and not quite so much of the doing as you might expect. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah,
But what other science things do you want to talk about, Abigail?
Sorry?
So what
Abigail, the science
things
gal.
do you want to talk about?
I don't know. Just ask me anything.
Okay.
I went to a wedding once. A friend of mine had a wedding, and she's a bit of a hippie, so she had a camping wedding at a campsite, and it was basically wedding gifts were whatever you could contribute to the wedding. So I asked her if she had a scientific advisor for the wedding, and she didn't. So that was my contribution. So I walked around in my lab coat,
that's a great
with
idea.
a sign saying, "Ask me all your sciencey questions," and it was a crowd full of hippies. So they had some really interesting core science questions.
Nice.
Like, it was actually really great. And
That's
of course,
wonderful.
the kids had the best questions.
Of course.
They always do.
Is it just for
Yeah.
what? Sorry, just
I thought you were
remind
going to say
me-
you were
Yep.
wearing
Randomly.
science blue,
Science what?
like your Starfleet.
Oh, yeah.
Starfleet blue for science.
yeah.
Yeah.
I would totes rock the blue uniform.
So
Yeah.
just popped into my head.
Yeah, I was
Possibly
so.
taunt Abigail the worst with, like, from Friends when the blonde brain stop. I had a name in my head a second ago, but when she wanted to upset Ross, who is a paleontologist,
My net's
she
being
just
shit.
upset him. Said, "Hey, you know what? The idea in Jurassic Park is completely legitimate, and that would definitely work if you did it." And she just to make Ross's brain
have to
explode because he was annoying her. Well, Charlie keeps freezing.
Yeah.
That's a troll.
That's major trolling. Just to say, that's like the worst thing you can say to a paleontologist. Jurassic Park was definitely plausible, and that would absolutely work if you did it.
Speaking of trolls, I finally showed my younger one, Shaylee, the video for Troll Lol 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 Lol. You know, the Russian guy doing the song.
Yes.
It broke her brain. It broke her.
And that was just, legitimate TV.
That guy.
And even just he poses with like,
my net's being especially shit tonight.
That's okay. You're back now.
So
For
I've
now.
always wondered about that one, the Troll song. Like,
Yeah.
he's pretty obviously Russian, yeah.
Oh, look, I'll look up the true history of it.
Because
Edward
it just
Steele,
makes me think like,
Russian
okay,
literature.
they were so oppressed that they couldn't even sing words.
Okay. So he was he
In
was very
Soviet
revered
Russia.
in Russia.
Something new.
Edward Peel. It's called the song was actually called "I'm Glad Because I'm Finally Returning Back Home," and it's he was apparently very popular and revered in Russia, and it was a very big pop song. But everyone just latched onto his very funny mannerisms, and particularly him going.
Have you guys seen the Saruman version?
Ooh,
There's a Theremin. Theremin.
Theremin?
That's
Whatever.
cool.
Yeah, just look up Saruman trolls or something.
Trololo, I got it.
There it is.
I
Saruman.
actually found like a 21st century sort of update of that. It isn't the same song, but it's just as weird. He's got the same sort of. It seems to be a Eurovision thing, Eurovision type of thing. The guy is dressed as a sort of asexual alien 12-year-old, but he's bigger than a 12-year-old, and he's got that kind of marionette look about him.
Okay.
Marionette. I'm going to have to find out what it is.
Yeah. I did. Yeah, there's that Saruman Trollololol video. Someone did a 10-hour version. That's the classic. You can do 10-hour videos on YouTube. So people do 10-hour loops of shit. Like that Jimmy Barnes screaming thing from a couple years ago.
Oh, I love that.
Someone's done a
Nottingham Cat.
I love that. I love it. What I
10-hour loop.
Listen, Cold Chisel, they tried to break into the American market back in the 80s.
Never
Didn't
managed.
work.
No.
They had a terrible time. The whole experience is really just. It was an absolute nightmare, and it pissed them all off so much. And it was out of that experience that that Bonzi wrote the song "You Got Nothing I Want," based on that and America as a whole. And now, Bonzi screaming has become an international meme. I love it.
Yeah. What was weird is I saw the meme before I ever saw or heard the song, and I didn't recognize it as Bonzi. It was I just thought it's an old cowboy screaming over the mountains. Okay, and then someone played it and went, "Oh wait."
Yeah,
that's
but I
Bonzi."
was like, "What?" Yeah, I know that. I know that scream anywhere. I've heard that a million times.
Yeah, I just saw the pictures and I just thought, oh, it's just some screaming cowboy, whatever. It's an old screaming cowboy. But the instant it was played, it was like, oh my God, that's fucking Barnsey. Oh my God. But whoever did this 10 hours, it's flawless. Like, it doesn't jump at all. It's just this perfect edit, and it's 10 hours. There's about 30 seconds of the lead in, and then Barnsey comes in with that, wow! And then it's just perfectly looped Barnsey screams for 10 hours.
I've got a YouTube playlist of several hours long videos like that, including 10 hours of Worf being tortured with pain sticks, 10 hours of commanded data, putting just saying that incredibly long password. Yeah, things like that. They're not all Star
that's
Trek
what I
related,
love about
though.
the internet. It's just it indulges in absurdity.
One of my favorite YouTube videos from years ago was Star Trek: The Sexth Generation.
Yeah,
where it was just all these clips of like the most suggestive dialogue and clips and all cut together like in order of like a sexual encounter. Like it was amazing. I'm sure it's still on there.
I love the Star Trek Christmas song to the tune of "Let It Snow," and
yes,
they cut
make
up
it
the
so.
dialogue and it's make it so. But they cut up the actual
Yeah.
dialogue to do all the lyrics, and then the chorus is Picard saying "make it so, make it so, make it so." Except for when it just cuts,
So
all the
I've-
music cuts out, and he goes, "Shut up, Wesley." It's just
I have 10 hours of epic sax, guy.
nice.
Oh
Um,
yeah.
10 hours of crab rave.
Damn.
Yes, good.
10 hours of Tom DeLonge's verse from I Miss You from Blink 182.
Oh God.
10 hours of that. 10 hours of Palpatine saying, "Do it." Yeah, 10 hours of Hagrid saying, "You're a wizard, Harry."
Oh
Yeah.
my God.
I
Could you
don't know
imagine
why
being
I've collected
doing that?
these. But
Nyan Cat. Does it have Nyan Cat in the mix?
The
Sorry?
Young
Nyan-
cat.
Oh yeah, Nyan,
There's 10 hours of nine cat. I found that one.
Oh,
Yeah.
oh,
yeah.
oh! Remember,
I wonder if
they're
they'll-
taking,
I remember-
they're taking the hot. They're taking the
was a-
hobbits
The
to
Hobbits to
Isengard.
Isengard. There's a 10-hour version of them taking the Hobbits to Isengard, definitely.
Yeah.
I wonder if
I
there'll be a
remember
10-hour
back in
version
the old
of
Flash days. You could loop Flash
Yes.
animations.
And one of the
you
most,
need to make
my,
them 10
one of my
hours long.
favorite Flash animations was the
I miss
Pirates.
YTM.
Yeah.
Right,
Do what you want as a
TM.
pirate.
The
You
Llama Llama Duck, 10
pirate.
hours of Llama Llama Duck.
Oh my god, llama dog.
Oh my God. Oh my God.
I've
We're
been
just
in
doing it.
Mummy Land. I don't know these memes.
There was-
I miss a lot of Flash animations that came out of Something Awful.
Yes.
some
Something
of those-
awful in the man now, dog. Mm.
Yeah, the Flash top.
Sorry.
But do
You
you
talking to
remember
the dog?
the shockwave loop? I think
No, it was a
of-
cat. Come here.
It was just,
Oh,
it was
of
just
course.
on the screen of "Do what you want because your pirate is free. You are a pirate," and then "Yar har fiddly dar." I
Yar
swear to God,
fiddly
when I
dee.
listen to the endless loop of that, I keep expecting it to change because it sounds like a really good song, and I'll have it played for 5 minutes, and I'll go, "It's going to change soon. There's something else will happen," and I know it's not, but I get suckered into just listening to it, thinking it's going to change.
I remember
Human
Oh,
hearing
you little bugger.
I remember hearing a 10-hour mix of the song, and I think it was. Oh yeah, it was Foo Fighters' "The Best."
Oh,
Yes,
David Grohl.
but just,
And
but
they
just
actually-
the best, the best, the best.
Yeah, but they actually changed the bits around so that there was a lead up and a down, lead down, I guess. So that the whole like hour-long take made musical sense, and it was actually really well done. It wasn't just a loop. It was really great.
Neil Cicierega.
Yeah, he did. Oh, Charlie froze again. No.
Now
Oh
polish.
shit! Oh, no. Neil Cicierega. He does these mashups.
Yeah.
Like this is the guy. He was the guy who did Potter Puppet Pals. He
Yes,
did
no, he's
the
done a lot
Ultimate
of amazing-
Showdown. He did.
Yeah.
He is the meme king, and
Yeah.
and he releases like normal songs under the name Lemon Demon, and that's some of the
Very
best
normal.
music ever, in my opinion. And but yeah, when he releases these whole albums of these like incredible mashups. And he just released one recently called Mouth Dreams. It's always mouth something. I think the first one was called Mouth Sounds, and there was Mouth Silence, and but yeah, he's got one of his one of them, I think, is of the songs, I think, is just called The Best, and it's a mashup. It's got like the Foo Fighters, and it's got what was it, Tina Turner, You're Simply the Best, and the song from the Karate Kid, You're the Best Around, and like all, and it's like it just, every time I listen to his stuff, it just blows my mind, because it's so like, there are so many layers.
It's simply the best.
Yeah. So I highly recommend him and his work.
Cool.
And I love his song "Two Trucks Having Sex." That's a classic.
Okay then.
As you do.
Yeah, I'm wondering if there's going to be a 10-hour version of Dan Andrews telling us all to get on the beers.
Absolutely, that's coming. That is absolutely coming. Definitely.
Yeah.
Did you guys see my posts, like, from
Yes,
TikTok?
I did manage to share them, and Abigail got the dance one happening.
Good.
I don't need to be told.
I think that's awesome. He's so serious. So what are you guys doing on the weekend? There's a sports ball thing happening.
Yeah.
And
there always.
Well, this is an important
literally
sports ball.
just heard about that tonight.
Oh.
Yeah. This is it's the high mast of Melbourne.
AFL.
I heard it's going to rain on the weekend, so I hope that it
Oh, it'll be
so
muddy.
much
Excellent.
that
I was
sports
watching.
ball gets all muddy.
I briefly saw a bit of the AFL last week. Sorry.
Oh, so sorry to hear.
And
yeah, I would have the
my mom's
same
a
reaction to.
My mom's Victorian.
Okay.
Okay.
So, and there's
a bit of freezing and a bit of
shit. Everyone's frozen.
You're back.
You're back. You're back.
Don't deal with the
Are
AFL
we back?
on the internet.
We back? Okay.
I'm joking. Are you there, Charlie?
My shitty.
Hi, sweetheart. What's up? Oh, hang on.
Yes, I'm here. Fucking. Yes, and one of the players on the Brisbane Lions looked a lot like my friend's brother, and so I texted him like, "Hey, I'm watching the AFL, and one of the Brisbane Lions looks like Peter," and he's like, "Why the fuck are you watching AFL?"
It's asking the important question there.
I work with people who watch it. I don't really understand. It's sort of.
It's a bit like, it's kind of like ballet.
Yes, sure. That's a fair call.
Yeah, the men are all built to leap and bound.
Mm.
Oh, Jesus, they're fucking athletic as fuck, though, Australian rules players. They're frightening. Like, most of them are well over 6 foot, and they're agile and built like brick shithouses. It's absolutely terrifying, the sort of physical form they're in.
And absolutely terrifying the domestic abuse their wives face.
Absolutely. They're very, very bad, a lot of them. Yeah. Sorry, a thing popped up. Oh God, okay, Abigail, when we get to the stage of upgrading my computer, I just remembered something that makes me want to kill anyone who works for Sony. I off Humble Bundle once, I bought and downloaded their editing program, Vegas, right? I paid a nominal amount to download the previous year's version of Vegas, and I never used it. I had the
what is it?
Sony Vegas, their editing video editing software,
Oh,
and
okay.
there was also sound editing software. Anyway, I installed it, and then I literally never used it, and I was like, "Fuck it, I'll uninstall it." And there's something still on the PC because I literally get fucking pop-ups on my not on the web browser, on my PC saying, "Hey, don't you want to buy the new version of Sony Vegas?" And I cannot find what is fucking driving them. I thought I deleted everything, and I swear to Christ, I want to find anyone who works for Sony and kill them now. So
there's a big controversy about.
Let me add it. Sounds like exactly the type of problem I could fix.
Yeah. So we'll address that. So, but yes, it's bloody. It's just every and it happens every day, and I'm just like, I want to fucking kill the person responsible for this. Unwanted pop-ups on your fucking computer. What sort of cunt does that? Seriously. I'm just like web design generally drives me insane that it's always so intrusive because they're all so desperate to try and make money from advertising. But this isn't the fucking web. This is just my fucking computer. And these pricks have taken over it. And I want to kill them. I want to kill them. I could blame them strongly but I want to kill them. Yeah. But yes. So yeah, I uninstalled all the programs.
Oh, that's right.
Sorry, Charlie?
Oh, they're just in the chat. They're talking about AFL and ping pong. It's like, yeah, they call it aerial ping pong.
Yes. Yeah. Well, and that's because I grew up in New South Wales, and there wasn't that much TV when I grew up. So VFL, as it was then, was literally never shown on TV in New South Wales. It just was not shown. And I didn't know anything about it, and I didn't know how it worked. And then when the VFL realized they had too many teams and they couldn't survive viably, they started moving some of the teams out of Melbourne. And the first was the South Melbourne Swans moved to Sydney and became the Sydney Swans. And then, they moved teams to Brisbane and blah-de-blah-de-blah. But Sydney was the first one. But yeah, there's because rugby league was the New South Wales thing, which is a lot more sort of grunty and thuggy than Australian rules. And you soon realize that aerial ping pong thing, it's like it's really fucking repressed homophobic men that are worried that it's slightly more elegant. It's still incredibly fucking brutal and whatnot, but it's slightly more elegant than rugby league, so they're worried it looks puffy, and so they have to deride it. And to be fair, there was the tight shorts in the 80s as well. So Warwick Capper in his tight shorts in the 80s. So famous for it. That made the people in New South Wales look sideways a bit about these very tiny, very tight shorts they were wearing. But who knows? Maybe it kept everything in place. Maybe that's what was going on. Sorry, my nails just cracked, and I find that really annoying. Sorry, I'm going to get distracted and fidgety now. Oh my god, it's fucking 12:30. Jesus, this always happens.
No, it's not.
I expected.
Oh, I'll just say it's my birthday today.
It's 11:20.
Oh,
we just crossed into your birthday, Heine. Happy birthday!
Yeah, thank you. I'm 46, so a fair bit older than 42, and I don't know, just feel generally pretty old.
Life's like that, dude. You keep getting older.
Yeah. And everything speeds up as well. Like things that happened 4 or 5 years ago seem like they happened 9 or 12 months ago to me. That's, I don't know what that means. Maybe it's just my brain.
It is because you mentioned Warwick Kappa. I have to bring up the fact that where I used to live in North Logan, there was a fish and chip shop around the corner from my house where they had this whole thing on the wall of Warwick Kappa because he visited there, and they had like a photo of him and his autograph and everything.
Okay, for sure. Why
Imagine
not?
being that keen.
Although, and like I wouldn't be surprised if he worked there at some point.
Serving fish and chips. Why not? Oh,
It was
actually-
a good fish. It was a really good fish and chip shop. They had really good chips.
No, that's good. Given that tonight is probably my first of 3 nights of having long streams and binge drinking, I'm going to go to
It's
bed
so
now.
ordaining and what? Sorry, you what?
I'm going to kill the live stream now, and I'm going to go to Betty Buys. So fare thee well, everyone in the stream.
Yeah, we gotta do the
long
after stream
possible.
so Nettie can rant.
Yep. All right. So we'll see you all later. Bye.